Alright, it's Star Wars Battlefront 2 of the 2, and everything worked smoothly tonight as planned. 100%. This is exactly how things are supposed to go. Including you liking the stream, subscribing. It's great. Oh, we almost got Grievous here. Consider becoming a channel member. There's a Patreon option, the Discord for stream alerts, and the Amazon store affiliate link. All that more in the video description below. And Kevin's here.
Hey!
For the first time tonight.
Oh, whoa.
How's the battle on Geonosis going?
Very well. You know, we just started, like...
Yeah, it's amazing how many eliminations I'm seeing you have on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
See, I have 2, which is a totally natural amount that you would have if you had just joined.
Should just start a match, yeah.
Yeah. I think you're cheating, Kevin, up there with 41. What's she been doing? You
No,
main one? Lovely, lovely, lovely. I love it. There's nothing that gets the momentum of your stream going better than your stream dying 2 seconds in. FPS boost? No, no FPS boost on. It makes the game look terrible. It's just like, yeah, to me it's quite illogical in this one because it runs at 4K 60. If you're wanting to do FPS boost, it goes to 1080p at 120 FPS, or isn't even 1080, it might be lower. And it's just like, I don't know why you do that personally. Like there's games where FPS boost coming on makes sense, and there's games where it doesn't, and this is one of those games where it just doesn't. Yeah. Alright, let's get to it. So what did you learn today?
I learned that sometimes you try to do things and they don't work the first time.
It's all about trying again and again and again. Yeah. What's that if it does not work the first time, do not blah 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 blah. I think it's like a quote or something. Anyways. How have you been?
Very good.
That's good.
Summertime, who could complain?
Oh, it was a bit rainy today. I went down to today was the final day of the Bay, guys. I've been talking about it. 355 years, the dynasty has ended. It's the oldest company in existence. And it's gone. But yeah, it was really funny because I went to the downtown Bay. Have you ever been to you've been to the core, right? At some point?
Yeah, I've been there. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, yeah, it was just empty, the whole building. I wanted to see if I could get the geese, but like I asked a bunch of different employees and they all kind of laughed. They're like, oh yeah, the geeses were like the first to go. Somebody came and bought them. So I don't know if it was like, this is like a joke thing that happened, but I asked like multiple workers there and they were all like kind of giggling about it. Because they were like, you know, because I had looked at them, there was a box of them, like a good dozen or so, and they were 70 bucks a pop. I think somebody came in and bought all the fucking geese at some point.
It'd be funny if it was the employees. So they were laughing.
Well, either the geese were like a bit there, like maybe the geese were a thing that the employees always knew about, and like maybe they were like a display geese that they kept changing seasonally or something, or there was some kind of funny joke about somebody buying all these geese because I was like, it's weird that all the employees were like had the same thing to say about the geese, right? Like 3 or 4 different employees were like, they giggled and then they were like, oh yeah, the geese were the first to go. Unless that's just like a Canada thing that I'm not like, you know, connecting on, but it's weird, right? Kinda. I don't know, but anyways, they're just doing fixtures that were left basically, and some clothes. Specifically Olsen clothes. So obviously those clothes for women, apparently not super hot items because those were the only things left. Men's clothes, all gone. Most things gone. There's like some jewelry left. But specifically these Olsen clothes that like honestly didn't look very great, but they were like everywhere, man.
Like, even just you talking about it, you can see why the Hudson Bay closed. Like, they stopped with the beaver fur trade. That was their first mistake.
There's beavers everywhere. They could get back with it.
Dude, yeah. Like, go back to your roots, guys.
Alright, so there's this billionaire lady, who I believe is from China. So she got outbid by Canadian Tire to buy the Bay, I guess. She's buying up all of the retail spaces that where the bay was, and she's gonna launch a store called New Bay.
New Bay?
I'm not even kidding. She's launching, yeah. And she's the one that was like, oh, I wanted to buy all the bay stores because the Canadians felt sad about it. I was just like, okay, that's interesting. New Bay.
I love having more kills than everyone has eliminations, or the top player has.
Well, Kevin, you know, some of us are able to play the game the whole time. Some of us... Yeah, it's a lot easier to come on and just talk. Oh. Technical issues. Responsiveness would be nice at 120. Yeah, but like diminishing your resolution that much to get a higher frame rate, just like, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me in those. Because it is drastically worse looking at 1080. It's a cool option, but it's just the downgrade I don't get. Will you be seeing Galactic Assault tonight? I would say if I move... You know what? Do we have... Oh, you know what? I was going to bring out the 8-ball, Kevin, but it's packed.
Oh, hey.
8-ball says chances not looking good.
That's okay. That 8-ball was wrong about a couple things.
Are you sure? There's not like a secret love child we weren't aware of?
Not that I'll admit to.
Damn, 8-ball. It knew what was up, but Kevin let it down. Maybe you, yeah, maybe you let the 8-ball down. Yeah, I'm starting to have that issue where there's like certain things I'll go to get and I'll be like, oh no, it's packed. It's just kind of funny because I'll be like, don't pack anything I need, and then it's like, yeah. And then my realtor randomly texted me today when I was like, you know, walking to the bay. She's like, all packed up, all ready to go, and I was just like, not really, I'm winging it. And then like 2 hours later, she's like, that's good. I was like, what the fuck?
That's funny.
I was like, okay.
We've started to capture the objective.
Very weird, but all right. Anyways, I'm focused on the Switch 2 launch this week, I think, and the stuff I gotta do. But yeah, Kevin is the reason we have skill-based matchmaking. Yeah, Kevin's too good. Too good. Summer Games Fest. Oh yeah, so that's what we were supposed to do today. That was really funny too. Remember, Kevin, the Xbox chat we were supposed to do today?
Oh yes, we were. Now I remember. I didn't before.
Yeah, three-ish, which was funny. What was it? I texted Mitchell because I was like, okay, so when is it? Because usually when I talk to you guys about this stuff, I know it's gonna take an hour after whatever time we say usually, because everybody's whatever. So like I texted Mitchell and he's like, oh well, you know, I was kind of hoping we'd do it between noon and 3, and I was like, but Mitchell, you said 3-ish. That's not between noon and 3. And then he's like, oh, I got more overtime and I just didn't tell you. I was like, oh, okay. Or I forgot to tell you. I was like, that's fair. That's fair. But I'm like, 3-ish is not between noon and 3. I was like, okay. So if you guys were waiting for that, Mitchell says maybe tomorrow. It's very hard to nail down times with people. Especially this year, I think everybody's a little busier than usual. So, we might be doing it tomorrow or Tuesday, Kevin.
Okay, yeah, it should be good.
Or not at all. I don't know. I have to write up the list for everything too, and I haven't had time to do that.
I figured you would have been like done all of that.
Right? Well, I tried, but I was up till like 5-something in the morning, and I was not done all my work, so I was just like, ugh. Because after this stream's done, I still need to do a video for tomorrow. Very overwhelmed at the moment. I was picking out a gas company. I have to, hopefully they can get this set up in time. But like, there's this website you can go to, Kevin, and they compare all the rates for how much stuff costs in the province, but it's all regulated. So it all costs about the
Okay.
same. But, like, they just tell you a different way that they charge you the same amount of money. So, like, ACO, they have... What do they have? 5 ways to charge you $80 a month for access. Whereas NMAX has 3 different ways to charge you $80 a month for access. Which is fascinating.
So which is your favorite?
I think I'm going with ACO.
Yeah, okay.
I was like, you know what? It's the same thing. So, you know, I'll pick what one sounds nice. Not like there's any benefit, and they provide the same source, or resource, so, you know. Pretty messed up. I don't know why it's not just owned by our government, though. Might as well be at that point, right?
Right.
Ew. So, anyways, that was the thing. I gotta get that all set up tomorrow. I'm going with the 3 gigs, Kevin. 3 gigabytes. Up and down. It'll now be faster, Kevin, if you ever need to download a big game, to literally drive over to where I live, bring your console, plug it.
I wouldn't doubt it.
uh,
That is a big joke amongst my friend group of like having that sweet American internet.
Sweet American.
Because they download so much faster than like even some of our buddies who got like better Canadian internet. Anyways.
Wait, can they beat 3 gigs? 3
Ooh.
gigs is pretty good. If I bought the Super Duper edition, which is not worth it at all for me. What is with my hair tonight? Anyways, it's you can get up to like 5 gigs or 5 gigs. 5 gigs. 5 terabytes. Ha, someday. I thought it was ridiculous. Also, our 5G towers. Man, the upload is depressing on our 5G towers. I was doing a walk by the zoo, and they have like a 5G tower there beside it. And I get 500 megabits download, but only 20 megabits upload. I was like, what is this joke? It's like the tower's right there. It should be like up and down, right? The live hype is unreal. I don't know if I'm very excited for like the Summer Games Fest and stuff. I mean, the Xbox event's cool, but there's just like I kind of really just don't care about Xbox anymore. It's just kind of like, who cares about their event? And it's
I don't know, like obviously your take on it, but like,
Yeah.
I see it as all gaming. Like, am I more excited to see something released on Xbox than PlayStation? No. If I owned an Xbox and not a PlayStation, yeah. If I owned a PlayStation, not an Xbox, I'd feel the opposite. As a PC gamer, I really couldn't tell you which one I care more about. I just want to see good products brought up. It's not so much brand loyalty anymore at that point, if you know what I mean.
I just feel like in the past, E3 was a competitive place. You kind of watched to see who was like putting out the best bang for your buck. It was like this bloodbath of companies being like, okay, we got the first showcase, boom, here's the goods. These are our big games. You know, it's like, traditionally I think it was PlayStation used to go first, but then Xbox did first, and they're like, yo, we got a new Halo, we got Gears, we got Forza, and then PlayStation would be like, yo, this is what we got the next day, and they'd have like God of War and blah, blah. It's just kind of like this year, it's just sort of like, what do you care what Xbox showcases? It doesn't matter. Like, it'll be like, oh, cool surprise, blah, 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 but it's just kind of like there's no competition anymore. Like, Microsoft removed the competitive part of the industry, basically.
I don't know, maybe they got something that'll blow your socks off.
Yeah, but I'll just play it on PlayStation.
Sure, but wouldn't you still want to see Xbox announce it? You know, like,
Oh, I mean, who cares? You might as well show it at a PlayStation event, right?
I guess.
You know, like if there's a new Halo coming out, why not just show it at a PlayStation event instead of an Xbox event? And then you can also see all the cool stuff that PlayStation has exclusively coming out. There's a Droideka in our hallway. It's a very mean Droideka. A Shadow Drop. Well, I mean, the Shadow Drop should be the Gears beta. Should be the Shadow Drop. From what I understand. Will my Wi-Fi get faster? Yes. Yep. You gotta remember, like, I'm assuming I'm gonna get the same box from Telus. Like, my box can do, like, not terabytes, sorry, dude, my mind just thinking of fucking storage. I wonder why I'm thinking of more storage. Who knows? Hard to say. But anyways, yeah, so the boxes we have, they can do gigabits of like push through. So the biggest issue I have right now is that like I have copper wires, right? So like my internet can't go up to gigabytes. That's the biggest issue I currently have, but that won't be a problem afterwards. Yes, my Wi-Fi will jump up dramatically, like dramatically through Google. Yeah, we don't have Google Fiber in Canada, and in the U.S., Google Fiber only exists in a few places. Yeah, Halo on PS5 at the showcase. I would imagine so. But that's the thing, is it's less of an Xbox showcase and more of just like a gaming showcase. So I don't know why Xbox doesn't just like not do a showcase and just like has their stuff at like Jeff Knightley's thing. You kind of get my line of thought there, Kevin, where I'm just like, what's the point of having this as
like it's
a Xbox conference?
Yeah. Sorry, no, I get what you're saying. I think initially, at least to me, it does kind of come off as like almost like too doom and gloomy. But no, you do have a very good point. If everything on Xbox is now just available for PlayStation, why are you showing it off specifically at an a Microsoft or I guess an Xbox event? Because like it's not like you're trying to like appeal only to Xbox. Actually, even from Xbox's or what to just say Microsoft standpoint, why would you do that? Because if you're releasing this, maybe someone who plays PlayStation isn't going to watch your event. But if all these games are going to be available to them too, why don't you also just market it in a spot that would attract them as well? That's
better. That was what I was trying to get across. Is it doesn't feel like a necessary event anymore because you're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a way better way to convey it. It seems like you should have just been part of, like, because Jeff Knightley, they do the Summer Games Fest, blah, blah, blah. Or, like, you know, the Xbox, or the Game Awards at the end of the year, why not just be part of that? Like, why have a showcase for Xbox when Xbox as a concept doesn't really exist anymore?
Well, it does make sense, even and an appeal for what they're trying to go for, too. It's not that Microsoft couldn't, or Xbox, what is it? Is it Xbox or Microsoft?
Both?
We would say.
Okay, so
sorry.
It's Microsoft Gaming, but the subcategory is Xbox.
Okay, sorry. You see my confusion there, though, right? Like, I'm not sure of that.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, so for them to come out and say it, yeah, just as like a marketing standpoint, yeah, it doesn't make sense to not do that on a broader scale as well. Because that seems to be what they want to go for anyways. Which sure, that's their business model now. The way the direction they went does kill the console wars, but okay, hey, sure, if you want your games to reach that much of an audience and the numbers show that many more people on PlayStation will play it and make that much more money, then it is kind of a smart business move, just not for selling a console anymore, but just getting your games out there. Whatever, I don't know. I'm trying to get that fit. But yeah, what you're saying absolutely makes sense if you think of it that way.
Yeah, it's maybe a roundabout way of thinking about it, but it's just like for me, I don't see the point of doing an Xbox event when Xbox doesn't really like exist as a concept anymore of something that's like an ecosystem. It should just be like a gaming. I guess they could rebrand it as Microsoft Gaming, or are they trying to make Xbox not Xbox? But like when I think of Xbox, I think of it as a console, so it's like.
That's my thing too. Yeah, I would agree that if I hear Xbox, I think of it as a console specific. But yeah, if you rebranded it as, here's just our showcase for the games we have developed, then sure. But if I was Microsoft and I already like had thought this, because this deal going with PlayStation that all my stuff is just available to you guys, I don't know why I wouldn't just try to do like a double up show where everyone kind of comes up and shows what they're showing off.
Yeah, because it's like, it's going to be an Xbox showcase, but like, after every trailer, it's going to show Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo.
Yeah.
So I just, like, I don't, and they'll be like, oh, this is for the fans and stuff, but it's like, what? Like, I don't really understand what they're trying to do, because, like, PlayStation users aren't going to watch the Xbox event, because, like, it's for Xbox. Same with, like, a Nintendo user, right?
Yeah, well,
Because
that's
I don't
what I'm
own an
thinking, too.
Xbox, so I wouldn't watch an Xbox conference.
Yeah. And if you're like well versed in what's happening in the gaming community and that right now, if you're a PlayStation player, you might check out to see what games you can play. But yeah, it doesn't invite more casual people
Yeah,
or
like
people
your
just getting
casual
into
person
it.
that doesn't pay attention and just plays games.
Yeah, like it doesn't really. Yeah, so at least even what is blatantly what Microsoft is trying to do, which is reach everybody with their
Yeah.
games. Yeah.
So it just feels like it loses a lot of its luster because it's not an exclusive or special event anymore.
Yeah.
Wi-Fi in this economy. Yep. You've been here an eternity? Good. Stick around for an eternity more. But, yeah, no, in this economy, I did the impossible. I've got the house stuff all set up and blah, 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 blah. I'm still supposed to pay lawyers? I don't know when that happens. I gotta tell you this, Kevin. If you ever get to the point where you're buying a property and stuff like that, nobody tells you anything.
It sure sounds a lot more complicated than it should be. I'll say that.
Like, I have possession on the 5th, but I haven't, like, paid people yet. So I don't know. Like, am I supposed to sign for my house? Like, I asked people on this, like, the lawyers will let you know when. And I was like, are they just gonna, like, demand I drive to the other end of the city one day to just sign things? Or, like, what? All I know is I'm part of an email chain that they don't even acknowledge that I'm part of. And they're just like, hey, this guy's getting this info. Cool, cool, cool. We got it. And it's like, I'm assuming that means the lawyers are doing their stuff.
I like the idea that they're sitting there waiting for you to pay, and they're wondering why the payment hasn't come through.
Everyone has told me that they will let me know. They told me how much it should cost. So, like, I know how much it costs. It's just like, I don't know. It's just like they assume you know everything. I was just like, what? Because I mean, like, again, like, possessions in like 4 days, right? Like,
Yeah.
fuck, that's coming up fast. And it's just like, okay. I'm assuming nothing's going wrong at this point. But I don't know. It's hilarious.
Do you find in this game mode when a team pulls off a successful defense on the ship that the game very much tries to lean it to them having the advantage so they can attack your ship next?
Yep.
Yeah.
Unless you're utterly smoking them.
Yeah.
I've seen some matches where you just obliterate the enemy and you just keep coming back and it's like desperation, but yeah, it does seem like it lopsides. Yeah. You think I'm getting scammed? Oh no, I'm definitely not getting scammed. This is all, apparently, the family lawyers are one of the most prestigious lawyer places in the city.
Ooh.
I didn't know. I was just like, my mother's like, this is who we use or whatever. This is who my family has always used or whatever. And like, I dropped the name to I mentioned it to my realtor. She's like, oh, they're good. And I was like, okay. And then I dropped the name to the mortgage specialist. She's like, oh, that's great. Excellent. I was like, all right. So apparently they're a big deal. So I'm definitely not getting scammed.
Makes you sound really upper class.
I know.
Scam though, like.
Okay, well, the lawyers, they started in our part of town, but they've slowly been moving. They're in like a higher end part of town now. So I guess they started over here, but they've like moved up. So yeah. Apparently the people my parents used to use and my like grandparents used to use, they're like retired, I guess. It's just the name is now a thing. Or actually, wait, when we were dealing with my grandfather's changes, the old guy was there still in the office, but he was at the point where they were like kind of pushing him out, I guess, or something.
It's actually funny. My old man, we had a family friend who had a little bit of legal trouble at some point. And my old man had pointed out that, like, oh, they should do such and such a lawyer. And I was like, oh, which lawyer? And he was mentioning that, like, it was a lawyer that, like, I guess my grandfather used back in, like, the 80s.
The
I'm
day.
like, yeah, there's no way that guy's still in practice. You know what I mean? Maybe someone's using his practice or carrying on
Using the
legacy.
brand.
Yeah, yeah.
I hope this is another situation where we both know the same lawyer, but we're saying different names. Did we ever tell you guys about that with the pizza?
That was funny. You should. Do you want to tell that story? It's a great one.
We could do that bit. Okay, so what were you calling it? Senior's Pizza?
Seniors.
Senior's Pizza. Okay, so
Yeah.
there's a great pizza place in the city, guys. And I
Yeah.
was like, oh,
That's
Kevin,
place.
you gotta check this place out. I'm like, it's Signore's Pizza. What were you saying? It's like, oh, I know a place
I was
just
like-
like that.
Yeah, I was literally, he's like, oh yeah, it's like Signores. And I'm like, oh, no way. Like, that's crazy, because the place I love to eat, which is like the best pizza in all the city, is Signor's Pizza Place. And I'm like, oh, it's up by this corner of like the city. And
I was
were
like, well, that's
yeah,
right
it's-
around the place I like to go to. And you're like, oh, no, it's not this one, this one. And then I think I sent you a picture of it from Google
Yeah.
Maps. And it's like,
Because
that's
we
the
were
same
talking.
place.
Yeah, because as we're talking, it's like, no. Like,
No.
it's the exact description. I'm like, no, that can't be it, dude. Like, it's this pizza place. And you were mentioning, like, I think we're talking about the same pizza place, dude. And I was like, I'm not sure. And that's, yeah, when you finally sent in the photo, and I'm like, oh my god, that is the pizza place. Yeah.
So it's Signore's Pizza, guys. It's very good. Very, very good. Beautiful pizza. But yeah, no, I'm definitely not getting scammed. It's all good, guys.
Did I miss something?
It's all good. PS State of Play should be at the end of the month, I believe. There should be a big one in September or something, and then there should be like a mini thing in June. Yeah. Anyway, so Kevin and I, we have moments and stuff like that, but it would be funny if it's the same lawyer group
That would be.
as well. But like, yeah, because they were at a new place off of... Fuck, you know when you go down 16th and you go onto Deerfoot, that kind of area?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they were in that area, and then now they're on McLeod or whatever.
It is impossible to defend the Republic ship. I get such a kick out of that, dude.
Yeah, it's
Like,
definitely
look, it's already blowing up. No, that's interesting. I've never heard of them. I guarantee, because we come from... What? I think this would be the more hood side of town.
We're
But
from
yeah,
a similar
like the lawyer-
neighborhood.
I knew we're from a similar neighborhood, but yeah, like, I don't know. Like, I guarantee the lawyer of that, the old members of the family were using back in the day was probably a lot greasier than whatever you were suggesting.
Yeah.
You know, yeah.
Anyways, it's kind of funny. We also have like a family accountant and stuff. I don't think I'm at the money to use them yet, as I was kind of doing the math on it, but yeah, we got a family accountant and that. And I was like, oh, cool. Did not know all this stuff. Is it a pizza chain? No, as far as I know, there's no no franchising. It's just the one Signore's. I may be mistaken on that, but it's not a chain.
I think I read their little pamphlet. I think they might have another spot here in Alberta, but no, it started here in Calgary, and it is absolutely spectacular pizza. I know a bit of a gimmick, like it's not the first time it's done, but like you can go in and buy the slice, and it's really cool because they got like, I don't know, like old Mr. Bean cartoons and like Looney Tunes and that on in the background. Like the vibe of the place is just incredible. And when we were like, I was doing my delivery job a while back, that was our favorite spot to stop and get some pizza. And also their dip sauce, what is it, like a garlic sauce or something? Absolutely spectacular.
And
oh my
it's
god, I'm not
affordable.
big. It's extremely affordable, yeah.
It's very affordable. I want to put that out there because like a lot of the pizza places, like you pay, I think it's $5 for a slice, but it is like a legitimately worthwhile slice. Like it's not, I don't know. It's like sometimes you pay like $5 for a slice, and it's just like you get like nothing. But this is like a full like, yeah. It's well worth it. Like I go for a walk occasionally, and we'll go and we'll grab like Signore's because there's a nice spot to walk around there, and it's like a big chunk. It's a great atmosphere. And it's pretty quick too. Like it'll get really busy, but like it goes really quick, and it's a great place
The
to eat.
the longest you'll wait is in the line because it's that popular. But you go
Yeah.
up there like, and also
fucking
I think
Kamino.
yeah, I think most of it is like it's got to be like family run or something because like it's like the same people I've
definitely.
always seen. Yeah, but they're really nice. You go up there, you ask for your pizza, they just slice, slap. There you go. You know.
The only issue I run into is when they're out of slices. I keep wanting to try the Hawaiian, and they have like never had it like there.
Oh, really?
The last time I ordered, and then I noticed they had the Hawaiian because I got up to order, and I was just like, "Oh, what slices do you have?" And he's just like, "We got like all this stuff," and I was just like, "All right, whatever. I'll get the chicken donair, which is like, But then I got it, and I was like, "Fuck, they have Hawaiian." I was like, "Ah." So I just want to see what it's like, you know.
That was my coworker in the truck there. He was like, "Oh, he always wanted to try different pizzas and that," and I ended up just falling in love with their meat lovers. I told him if I wasn't grabbing a meat lovers, I felt like I was wasting the slice I was buying.
Have you ever had this donair one?
It's so good. I'm not a huge donair pizza guy. Like if you're at like a company event or something and that's what they grab, like I'll eat it. But yeah. Oh, you love that one,
love that. Like ham and pineapple is like my bread and butter for pizza, but like hot damn that chicken, like not just the chicken donair, but the regular donair is just like, oh, that is a good pizza.
What I got a kick out of was when I was doing some a little bit of schooling there when we went there. A lot of the people were obviously it was like adult schooling and all that, but they were like for the most part younger, like early 20s, and all of them at one point in class were talking about like, oh, we all got to go to, pronounce correctly this time, Signores, but they were all talking about it, and I heard it out of the corner of my ear because I kind of chatted with everyone, you know, kind of friendly guy, and I right away I was like, Signores, and everyone was like, yeah, Signores, and like the whole class was just all about Signores. So I can't. It's not like a hideaway spot in the city either. Like it is well known here. Yeah.
Maybe we'll do a stream there someday, guys, and I'll go grab pizza slice. Everybody loves the French Foreign Legion. So does Kevin. He's a big
absolutely.
fan.
That's actually because I don't know the exact legality of how it works, but from what I understand, I know that once you're in the French Foreign Legion for a certain amount of years, you get your French citizenship, which is like, I think one of the neatest like military gimmicks ever. But that's where me and my buddy were joking that if you go and you get your French citizenship, well then, as far as I understand, you could travel anywhere in the EU. So my buddy that I always joke about this with is like 20, and he's doing like his university courses, and we were joking that like, oh, well, just like finish your course, go to the Foreign Legion, describe that you have a bachelor's, try get in as an officer, you know, do your service, and then once you're done your 3 years, move to like Denmark or Sweden, somewhere really nice, you know.
Yeah, just within Europe.
Yeah, any of the really like comfy European countries, and I guess he pitched that one to his old man, and he was not happy. But I got a kick out of that.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Hopefully surrendering. I mean, the French have like a long history of war fighting.
Oh yeah, the French have. It's just that the one war that they lost brutally happened to be a very important war.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, but if it wasn't for that one big one, actually, they'd probably be remembered as some of the best ass kickers in all of history.
I mean, you know, Napoleon fucking...
Yeah, he
that guy took
shaped
land.
A lot of modern Europe, or at least the concepts of what led to it.
What are we taking here? Oh, see, we're like composting here. Anyways,
this map is kind of rough.
It's just boring. Like it's okay every once in a while, but it shows up constantly, and it's just kind of like sad rain. Oh, that's what else I was gonna mention. You know, I was downtown looking for the goose and stuff, and it started pouring for like 2 minutes, and I was like, so whenever I bring my rain jacket, because I bought a new rain jacket this year, whenever I bring my rain jacket out, it doesn't rain. But as soon as I don't bring out my rain jacket, it just pours. I was like, really?
Yeah.
But also downtown, I really don't get the appeal down there.
Downtown, see, and I've talked to you about that. I tried pitching to my gal there that I would love to move down there. It's just the vibe. Like I want two things. Either I want to live in a concrete jungle or I want to live in the jungle. Like I do. I either picture myself like out in Canmore or something in like the most beautiful by the trees home, or in the middle of down.
That's Kevin getting stabbed by his gal, guys. Don't worry about it.
No, that was my gal trying to sneeze, and she's like clapping on me, and you know, yeah.
That's very nice of her. You know, I've only let one sneeze get caught on the mic, eh?
Oh, really?
Yeah, one. It's very loud, so I try not to do it. But yeah, just one time it's happened so far.
I assume it's gonna be harder for you. I just got the mic at the bottom of my controller if I ever need to click anything.
Mine, I touched the top. It's one of those mics where you can silence it just by like tapping the top of it. It's really neat. So like, but yeah, like one time I just couldn't do it. That day was
awesome.
riveting. Willy Wonka? Subscribers a slice of pizza through the screen? Oh god. We were talking one night about doing the scented TV stuff and how you would stream scented things and stuff. The idea of that. Well, okay, for instance, Kevin, like TVs develop the way they develop because, you know, we're like humans, we use our eyesight, blah blah blah. But if we were like an alien race where we couldn't see very well, would our TVs be like more smell oriented?
That'd be interesting.
Like if the way our species primarily interacted was through sense, you would think that we would develop, you know, something that mass audiences would interact with. That's
Might
like
even come up
scent-based.
with a completely different machine. I always like that idea of like something truly being alien. You know, like they might even have different senses that you could communicate with that we wouldn't even understand. That's actually one of my favorite sci-fi concepts, is running into aliens and that they only share one of our five senses and they've developed like 2-3 other ones that it seems non-existent to us, but at the whole time they're trying to communicate, but we couldn't even like actually detect how they're communicating. That would be very fun.
That's lots of fun. I love thinking about weird stuff like that.
Isn't that neat? Yeah, anyways.
Candy is food. You do eat and consume candy. The chocolatier. You know Willy Wonka's a musical now. I guess the Gene Wilder one was always, but yeah, Willy Wonka there with illiterate Timothy Chalamet. There's chocolate and chocolate and chocolate. This is what the song was just him repeating them repeating chocolate over and over again. You know, like honestly, it wasn't a terrible movie. I guess it might did well.
Watch it, I don't know.
It made like 500 million. Like it did pretty
Well,
good.
that's not bad.
Yeah, like they're making a sequel and everything like that. Like it, as far as like movies in the modern era, it did extremely well. I mean, it was Christmas, so you know, blah 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 blah.
Transmission from Master Windu. This is so unfair.
This is so unfair. It's funny because the Anakin, it's very clearly the Clone Wars voice actor doing Anakin. And all I can think of is like picturing Anakin as the Clone Wars character. My favorite candy? Oh god. That is a good question. I've mentioned it many times. I have a crippling chocolate addiction. Absolutely fucking crippling. I used to love caramels, but they're kind of pricey. But like, Arrow's pretty good nowadays, I'd say.
Yeah.
This Dabber, he thinks himself above candy. People love candy. There's a whole song about it. You know, when that one guy took that gal to the candy shop and something about a lollipop. There's a whole song about it. A rap song. Actually, that's pretty old now, isn't it? Like 2000s?
Yeah, I think that would be pretty old by now.
What was that? Was it Fiddy that did that one?
Yeah, I'll take you to the candy shop.
Yeah,
And
that
then the
one.
rest is- yeah, you know.
Do you remember that time where he got his blood on the sand?
Yeah.
I think that was after he was bulletproof in that other game.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta hand it to him, man. He had like 2 games where he was the main character. That's pretty impressive. White chocolate? Not as much. Some of it's okay, but yeah, no, I don't like the white chocolate as much. Yeah. So there you go. Ripping edge of your seat action. We're losing the comms dome. Well, whatever gets us through this garbage map faster. Ugh. God damn it. 80 Cent. Caleb knows what's up. Oh, and you excited for your team to win the cup this year, Kevin?
Oh, horrible.
We hear like "Go Oilers, go" from you, Kevin.
Yeah, it's a no-go, sir. Go Panthers.
Yeah, well, you got a home ice advantage, first time since 2011.
Yeah, I don't know. I was making the joke to my buddies that specifically because I don't want the Oilers to win, I bet you they'll win, especially it's their second time.
This is the year.
It's so bad, dude. I wouldn't even be happy. I'd rather Canada just never win a cup again if that's the case.
You'd be snorting oil and maple leaves.
Oh, yeah.
You'd be yeehawing our way all the way to the top. Reese's Pieces. Nah, I'm not hugely into the... Hilariously, I'm not hugely into peanut butter. I like peanut butter, but I'm not hugely into it because there was this girl I was into when I was, like, in kindergarten, and she was allergic to nuts. So, like, I wasn't into that stuff because, you know... Yeah. So... Seriously, it's like, I've barely, like, we have a family recipe for, like, peanut butter cookies, which is really good, but, like... Yeah, but because of that, I just really don't eat a lot of stuff with nuts in it. Funny enough. You know what I mean? Because I would just avoid it when I was a kid because she was, you know, allergic, so, yeah.
No, I think that's cute. I don't know.
That's interesting. It's as interesting as trying to get your likes on the stream. Haha.
Oh, what?
Subscribing's great, donations cool. Consider becoming a channel member. Channel member gifting, the Patreon option, and the Discord for stream alerts. There's also the Amazon store affiliate link. You want Kevin to do a series of camping videos where he's camping in the middle of highways?
In the middle of highways? That's funny.
I was thinking of all the creative ways we could get around having you on IRL streams, Kevin. I was like, because I was doing GTA San Andreas last night. And oh man, you played San An, right? Like you've played that.
Yeah.
Man, I forgot how colorful the wording is in that game.
It was 1992. That is spectacular, sir.
Yeah, but I bought, you know, I got the cowboy hat, and then you can get a cowboy hat in that game too. That's a side thing. But sorry, 1 second, just thinking what I was. Oh yeah, okay, so they got a pool in that game, right? And I was like, oh, it'd be so cool to do an IRL stream with pool. And I was like, you know what we gotta do is, if we have you on IRL streams, Kevin, we just have to put you behind a variety of different silly masks and hats and helmets.
Something like that. I kind of get a kick out of like the first IRL stream I'd ever be a part of would be like a costume party or something ridiculous.
Yeah, you're just masked up. Who is this man? Have you seen this man? But I was like, pool for an IRL stream would be entertaining. I just don't know where you'd set something up like that at all. Yeah. But I was just kind of like, oh, yeah, that'd be funny. But seriously, man, like, I know they say stuff in that game, but man, I did not remember just, like... I think it nails the dialogue, personally. And, you know, like, Samuel L. Jackson's in there, and he's great in that.
Oh, yeah, he's awesome as the cop, yeah.
Yeah.
No, like, I don't know, I think, the Franklin story, you know, modern times, it kind of fits with that choice of language.
Oh, yeah,
you know?
no, it's...
I have friends from LA, like, I get that. Yeah, so I couldn't see where it wouldn't be that times 20 in 92.
Oh, yeah.
This is how I picture, that being.
And I forgot about the whole, like, the game's got, like, a complex, like, food system. It's like Fable.
Actually, they never really copied like that going forward. Even GTA 4, I don't think had anything like that. Yeah, like, you could work out, you could let your guy get, like, really heavy. There was yeah, different ways you could go. I saw a video on it because I always like went way overboard with the working out, which is hilarious because I'm not like that in real life at all.
Get ripped. Yeah.
You know, yeah. But like I saw one video showing that like if you let CJ kind of let himself go, the dialogue changes for certain missions.
Yeah, because they like at the beginning of the game, they're just hounding on you that you're too skinny.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I mean, it would make sense that they would change based on that. But, like, I was also thinking, I was like, wow, so Fable does that and turns it up a notch, and you can become evil or, like, angelic based on what you do. But, like, games that just completely drop that kind of a thing in the modern era. It's just...
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can name any games recently where that is a thing. Like
I do think that some games have, like, dumb themselves down in ways. I think that would be the right wording for it.
Down.
Yeah. I liked with the comparison of Oblivion. It was really nice seeing people in Oblivion mentioning of like, oh, creating your own spells and like the complexity of that.
Fat.
Oh, sorry.
No.
That's all good. But yeah, like how that changed even from Oblivion to Skyrim, and then my favorite thing of like Morrowind, of like how much was cut from that. But I love my favorite thing was reading one of the Bethesda announcements for Oblivion, why they took out flying, and their commentary was because not enough people really figured it out. You know, like when you even get flying in it, there are a lot of caves where if you fly up to the top, there are secret caverns with loot stashes, and they were mentioning that like nobody was finding these because they never figured that out. But yeah, I don't know, with a lot of games they've cut stuff out. Anyways.
Yeah, they just seem a lot more streamlined, but yet they look prettier. The hot tub's dead. I told you that. It's long gone. Reese's, I don't really eat Reese's at all, but I didn't know that they had grape and strawberry jelly. Definitely not. Yeah, I don't do Reese's. I don't do the pieces.
Your objective is to secure
Luxury snack food. In this economy. Lol. I don't know, it's just, it was just fascinating, because, like, I've been replaying games to do streams of, like, the campaigns of certain games. And I don't know if you've noticed this in revisiting anything at some point, but, like, your mind just cuts a lot of, like, the background fat of games. Like, you just forget doing certain things in games when you replay them. Yeah. You're like, oh. And then you you forget it again afterwards, but... This was like just doing recently where I was doing the campaign of it, and I was like, man, I don't remember doing any of these missions. Oh, Battlefront 2, this game. I did the campaign for this last week. And there's like a whole mission with Lando, and I was just like, I completely forgot this is one with Leia. Yeah. I was just like, I don't remember doing these side characters. And this game's ending is miserable. Did you play the campaign through all this game?
No, I really didn't.
Okay, I'm assuming you're never gonna play it.
Probably not, no.
Okay, so the main lady, like, they're dark side, you know, they work for the Sith, and then they join the light side. And then they added, like, a DLC a year later. So the game ends with an after credits where her husband, like, the two of you were both part of this company of, like, you know, and you break from the Sith or whatever, the two of you. Yeah. And, like, the game ends with him as an old man getting killed by Kylo Ren. And then, like, as an epilogue. And then they do, there was, like, a 1 hour extra free story that they did to wrap up the narrative. I'm assuming because they knew Battlefront 3 wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
And, like, you play as the main character again, but she's, like, a grandma, and she's got her daughter with her. And, like, it ends with her dying.
Really?
Like, getting shot, and it's just incredibly, like, depressing.
I never played it, but there's even that one thing I sent you, and you're like, oh, it was, like, really cheesy, but I liked it, the dialogue of the one thing with Luke in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I saw that little part of this game, and I thought that was really cool.
You know, like, Luke's got, like, a neat bit, and I remember that, but I don't remember, like, the Leia stuff and that, but just, I don't know, just think of a game, like a story, and just have it where, by the end of the game, the second main character dies by Kylo Ren, and then your main character dies at the end of the game, and their daughter that was, like, part of none of it is, like, is now the main character, so it's just, like, weird. Morrowind nuts with levitation. Oh, Kevin will show you all kinds of crap if we ever get that stream going.
Oh, I would love to. I've seen a lot of people do some builds, and it's kind of the same gimmick that goes across all of them, where like you stack potion effects, and I saw that for Morrowind. What I really like about mine is I think it's a little more unique, and I've never seen anyone really go into that. That's where I'd almost love to kind of even redo the starter kit one we did for Morrowind, because I saw a couple people liking it and some comments saying like, oh hey, that was cool, but like I don't know, if we were to get together, I'd love to do like the full on in the map where to go, because I just kind of gave like a poor description. But yeah, you can make some really godlike characters, and even the one I got on there, it's like a combination of making a constant flying ring. You end up putting a constant effect of heal regeneration on you. If you work on the spells, you can get like 200-foot radius fireballs and that. And one of my favorite bits too is because when you do the flying, you're really slow. So you go out and get the boots of blinding speed, and you pop a whack load of resist magic effect potions. So you're over 100%. So once you put on those boots, the curse on it of blinding you doesn't take effect. So you just have the 100% speed boost. So with that and the flying ring and all that, like you feel like a god when you play that. I cannot wait for you to see it. You would think I modded it with, I just like zoom across the map, blowing everything up. But it's like, no, it's all the base game. And anyways, yeah, love that. You know I do.
Yeah, Kevin goes really intense about it, guys. They'll remaster it eventually. Yeah, this campaign is not a co-op campaign. No, it's not co-op. Apparently there's very few co-op campaigns out there. Get you Resident Evil Revelations. I don't even know how I messed up on that. It's funny, but it's like, really? I felt pretty stupid when I was sitting there realizing it, being like, what? And no one ever corrected me. That's the thing that kills me.
I didn't even know. I've never really played that one, so...
I'm not putting it on you, but like, you know, as far as like talking about it on streams and stuff, and it was like, there are like thousands of people that watch this stuff, and it's like, no one mentioned that it isn't.
Oh yeah, by the way, it's basically a horde mode, dude.
Just kind of hilarious. It's like, really? Phone a friend system usually works pretty well, but I guess not on that one. Because we mentioned it like multiple times.
Yeah.
So speaking of which, if we've talked about co-op streams to you guys in the past, be sure to remind us about that, because I think we said now it's just Gears when that comes out, and then Dead Rising 3.
Yeah.
I think that's all we got left.
Well, like, I know we already did it. I'd love to redo the Halos at some point. It was fun redoing the second one for the 20th anniversary.
I mean, they're remaking them, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, it won't be too far off before that happens.
That is one of my favorite things, just sitting there with the guys and you don't know what to play, and it's like, okay, reach playthrough. And I was like, yeah, let's go. You know, like...
It's a good way to kill several hours.
It is.
I played this when it came out. Yep, I was there in the demo, the beta. I was there from the beta.
It's
With
the
all
classic...
The
sorry, one thing I think is fascinating with this one is it's the classic, yes, of course, that's how time works, Kevin, but just how this is flew by, because this was, what, a 2018 release?
17.
2017. So yeah, like that's crazy. Like obviously, you go back to just before COVID, it was like, oh yeah, this is like so brand new. But to literally think that, yeah, this game is actually quite old now. It's getting close to a decade. That's just shocking to think about.
What's better or crazier is the first one is a decade old.
Yeah, see, that's just absolutely crazy. Because I remember playing that one and literally just thought it was, oh, hey, they're like redoing the Battlefronts. It's so neat. And staying up with our mutual buddy until like 4 in the morning playing that one. You know, to hear that now is a decade old on top of it, like, I don't know. Aging is crazy.
COVID also creates this awkward split between the two. Right? Like, there's a clear divide in, like, my timeline for stuff.
Yeah.
Ah, I want to play as the hero, but all I keep getting are the Republic Commandos.
They are the heroes. What are you talking about?
Yeah. We could do co-op Night Rain. Well, I didn't get my Night Rain code yet, and I gotta get to the bottom of that this week. I totally forgot about that. That's one more fucking thing on the list.
I wouldn't mind doing a Fable 2 and Fable 3 co-op.
Yeah, we talked about that before.
I have to do everything.
That would be
That'd be
quite
fun.
a undertaking, though, because I think those are like 12 hours each, aren't they?
I don't know. Well, the third one's really short. I know I can beat the third one in one sitting if I go at it. Oh, yeah, dude.
No
We'd
way.
speed through that.
I think that one's like 15 hours.
The longest part of the third one's working at the blacksmith so you can just buy all the companies.
I'd have to go do some like stream like lookups, but I'm pretty sure the third one is like the second and third one are both like 12 to 15 hours. Those things. Ow. And they got those like leveled up freaking Sith Lords. Starfighter Assault or yeah, no, we're just gonna do this mode, so. It would be nice to see us do that other stuff, but no.
This is ridiculous. This is the second map in a row where we just dominated them on the planet, but we can't get through. You know, like.
Yeah, we are genuinely struggling on these positions here, but we got like 5 minutes, so it's like, you know, there's time.
501st couldn't do it better.
Time is on our side.
You're getting the hang of it.
We can just be like James Bond, you know. He said he had no time to die, but, you know, he had a lot.
Tons of time, yeah.
He had all the time in the world. Yeah.
Remember how much you loved the new James Bond movie?
Yeah, it was one of my favorites. This is the second time I was mad leaving a theater after episode 9. I was like, I need to stop feeling this when I go to the theaters. And then a fucking Mission Impossible there. Is definitely like a step down, but there's this fucking guy filming the beginning of the movie. I was like, man, cinema just fucking sucks now. Well, you pay like $20 for a ticket, and then there's this fucking guy just filming the fucking movie.
Yeah.
It's... I didn't even get to enjoy the opening. You know where it does the... Bah, 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 and the little things going...
Yeah.
Yeah, because the guy's sitting there just filming it. I was like, dude, get off your fucking phone. I was like, seriously? And then they like darken their screen and they go back on, and I'm just like, oh, I hate other people.
That's funny.
Yeah. I'm actually very excited to get to a new part of town. I went to the mall this past week because, you know, and like there's like 4 different times where there could have been like car accidents that I just noticed around me. I was just like, I'm fucking done with it here.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't stand this.
No, that was one of my things, traveling around all the different parts of the city. I always had like a weird attachment for like this area I've grown up in because it's where I grew up. It's where everyone's here. You know what I mean? It's actually amazing how many. It's like almost everyone I know, for the most part, has either left the city altogether or has stayed in this general area. So like, yeah. So I don't know. Like I always kind of like this spot, but then really going around and seeing how nice different spots of the city is, I can't actually wait to get out of here. And that's where I started making some of the different moves that I was talking to you about. And it was like, yeah, like I just...
Kevin's
I'm not raising
life
another
field.
generation here, man. You know, like...
Kevin 2.0. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Right.
Yeah. Wookiee Warrior. What's the Wookiee Warrior gonna be able to do against these power cores? Oh, we're actually in there now, though, eh? That's nice. We're actually in this area, which is good. Oh, and I choose to spawn back at base. Ha 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 ha. That was smart of me. Great decision making there, myself. Great job. Let's just run all the way back over here. Oh, lots and lots of fun. Oh, that's what I should do tomorrow. I should see if I could go paddleboarding or something. It might be great. Actually, it might be a good day to paddleboard if it's rainy, and there won't be as many people there. I'm gonna figure out activities to do on certain days.
Oh, no! Ah, okay.
Damn it. Oh, we're all the way back here? You should have said I was a spawn, Kevin.
I was thinking about it. Well, I tried jumping over and hitting it with a rocket, but I overshot the
We're
whole
really
thing.
close. Yeah, it won't let me spawn on you for some reason. I better get running.
Oh, wait here? Okay.
Miss the old Wookiee Warriors? I miss when people used to like the stream more. Oh, subscribing's great, donation's cool. Consider becoming a channel member. Channel member gifted, the Patreon option, and the Discord for stream alerts. There's also the Amazon store affiliate link. Alright, so, you know Multiverses? You remember that game?
No, I don't actually.
It's like the Warner Brothers Smash Bros. Ripoff.
Sure.
It's just a bunch of Warner Brothers characters came together and they were like fighting. Oh, we are so close to this. We didn't get this?
I know.
That's embarrassing.
I love the guy sitting there with the droidicas and like
Shielding
having
it?
the bubble. Yeah,
Genius.
that's funny.
Anyway, so Multiverses died again for the final time. And it's like, oh, don't worry, everyone went back to their own universe. But like,
No.
there was a character made specifically for the game. It was called Reinhardt, which is this like love dog that heals everyone. Like it's the
So
healer.
where'd she go?
So Rain Dog actually escaped to the multiverse because their universe died, and it's like everyone went back to their universes except for Rain Dog. Rain Dog is dead forever.
That's funny.
I was like, oh, poor Rain Dog. Ah, didn't deserve that fate. So now we gotta go back to fucking Kamino. I fucking hate Kamino. I am so sick
You know what I
of
get a
this
kick
terrible
out of?
fucking map. Anyway, yeah.
Is when the Republic makes a successful defense, you see them gunning down all the droids. But when the droids make a defense, they start taking prisoners.
That's because the droids are more civilized.
Well, I mean, yeah, like, are we the bad guys here? Like,
Oh, of course. Yeah, you're Palpatine.
Oh, this is before we're supposed to reveal the whole Order 66 thing.
Is it?
Ooh.
I don't know if there's an actual timeline on this, is there? I don't know, I don't think there is a timeline for the multiplayer. It could very well be after. This definitely takes place after
I
episode
always
2.
assume the multiplayer is within the universe. Like, sure, you battle on Kamino a billion different times, but I figure it's like different takes on the battle.
But
You
I
know
thought
what I
at the
mean? So I'd
beginning
assume that this happens.
of the map where they do their little chat thing, don't they say, oh, the droids have attacked Kamino again. So this has to take place in like episode 3 or later. So like in theory, this very well could be we've already destroyed
But
the
unless
Jedi
this
or
is
something.
like, if I was to get super technical, because Palpatine orders all the droids shut down immediately from Anakin when he gets there, and he bakes everyone on Mustafar. So like, unless like Order 66 is like simultaneously taking place, or this is like the just after effects of it, you'd have to assume that like Anakin's either on his way to Mustafar to shut it down, and this is like the final day or two, however long it takes him to do that, of the war, or this has got to be before the event. I'd
No.
assume.
Other droids keep fighting after he shuts down. He just shuts down production, doesn't he?
I thought he shut down all combat droids.
Because, like, if you play other games and stuff, there's still droids. And in the other movies and stuff, like, if you play Jedi Survivor, like, you fight droids in it. Like, they're reprogrammed, but they're still, like...
These droids? Like, I assume
Yeah.
that there's, like, droids throughout the galaxy, but... You know what? I
Specifically
can't
the
even say, 'cause,
Clankers.
like, all the lore I'm saying is old stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's something explaining that, you know...
Oh, there's this
happened
whole new
after.
era called the High Republic and stuff. They love shoehorning that in whenever they can.
I think I already told you the story, but one of my favorite things is I was watching a video on a scene in The Acolyte. And at some point, I guess it's a new thing now, bleeding your Kyber crystal. Like, if you... I'm going to get this wrong, but if you pour, like, enough of your dark energy into it, you can change your lightsaber's color, and that's why they're red. And anyway, she ends up doing this very quickly, and I read the comments of, like, everything I watch. I don't know why it's my obsession. But there's all these people, like, wow, you can't bleed a Kyber crystal that fast. You know, like, oh, God, Disney ruined it. Like, you can't blah, blah, blah. And I felt so old, because I'm, like, reading this thinking, like, what the hell is bleeding a Kyber crystal? Like, you go to a crystal cave that's force sensitive, you get your crystals. If it's more in line with the dark side, you get a dark side crystal. If it's more in line with the light, you get your light. And a crystal will call to you, and that's how you get your colors. You know, it's like,
Like
what
Harry
is
Potter.
this bleeding stuff? Yeah, well, yeah, almost actually just like Harry Potter in a cheesy way. That, yeah, one will just kind of find you, you know. But I got such a kick out of that, of all these people arguing about a lore that was changed, that was completely changed from a lore that was like, what, 20 years ago when I learned that?
Well,
So,
the part where things got
yeah.
murky was when Disney just said fuck it to the extended universe.
Yeah.
That's when things
But what
got
I
messy.
think, but like even I guess the extended universe, because I think that entitles like Legends and all that as well, right?
Well, that was the extended universe. They rebranded it as
Like,
Legends or whatever.
So that's kind of funny, because yeah, like from I guess whatever was discussed, whenever they did bleeding kyber crystals and all that, yeah, that's not 2004 canon old Republic backstory, you know, like I just that what they were discussing that was changed was new, and it was actually kind of a neat awakening for me of like the classic argument of, oh, that's not the lore, and realizing that like lore has been changing for forever. That's where I could totally see like the Gen Xers when Qui-Gon checks for Anakin's metachlorian count, and they're like, what the hell is a metachlorian count? You know what I mean? Like, I remember my old man complaining that, oh, that's completely different. Like, you felt the force. Like, what do you mean it's all bacteria and that? And I just kind of, as a kid, is like, that's what it is, Dad. You know what I mean? And I totally get it now, that even the lore that I learned that was new is completely different than, yeah, all
I think
that.
it makes
Anyways,
sense that there would be a scientific measure of it, and by the time that
I don't hate it.
you know, by the time A New Hope rolls through, they've lost that, right? Because the Jedi are. Okay, that's a funny bit too from this game in the campaign. Iden Versio, she's like, I heard rebellions were built on hate. I was like, oh.
No, that's funny.
I got a great chuckle out of that. I was like, I don't remember that line. But I guess it was the propaganda that you're, you know, told to. And
Yeah.
I could definitely see, you know, like even nowadays, let's say we're in an enlightened medical period. If like a dark era happened and we forgot all this medical stuff, I could see us forgetting how to count small bacteria.
Absolutely.
You would just
like,
be like,
no,
you
and
just
that's-
feel it. There's
yeah.
just this little stuff, man.
No, and that's that's a great explanation, especially if you were to look at how the Empire erased the Jedi. I assume they wouldn't want them coming back, so you would suppress that information. Even just a real life example that's not quite that, but like the Romans, when they collapsed, I've read a lot of places that they would steal from the Roman structures. And like the Colosseum, big chunks of the Colosseum were ripped apart to build around Rome because these people couldn't make the marble in the same quality as the Romans. Like that's
Yeah.
just, you know, yeah.
We do that with ships.
Yeah. Like
Because
we,
of,
sorry.
You know, the nuclear blast or whatever, we can't make steel anymore like we used to be able to do before the war.
That's interesting. I haven't heard that. But yeah, like, yeah, anyways, it does make sense. And like the metachlorine thing, and I don't mind adding new lore. It's just, it was so funny that like, I was kind of, to be an elitist about it, I always thought that the lore we had wasn't necessarily changing anything, but just extending too. Where I found like a lot of the Disney lore is just flat out retconning. But then to see retconning upon retconnings, and it's like you'll never be able to keep pace. Like if you like a story, you either kind of have to be trapped in your bubble of when you enjoyed it, or you just have to be willing to accept constant changes to what you love. One of my favorite points too is I love heck, I'm gonna go back to the Elder Scrolls and I sound like a broken record, but like the Skyrim bit, I got a big kick out of the Imperial Stormcloak argument. One of the big things I always heard about the Stormcloaks is like, oh, they're very racist, and I was like, yeah, that's all the species of Elder Scrolls. They're like horrible people. Like as the older you go back to, they're all absolutely horrible to each other. And I love like explaining that. Well, in Morrowind, they literally have like some of the worst laws written in that the Empire had to sanction. And like you try to explain these things, and as I got older, I kind of realized that like what? So I'm going to expect every kid who picks up Skyrim to go all the way back to Daggerfall or the Arena and play from there on to know why I'm discussing why I think this is or that is. Like, no, you can't just expect that of
Sure you can.
people. And Sure you can. Well, yeah, sure you can. But you know what I mean.
These are
Like,
the
it
Elder
is, it's
Scrolls,
like-
Kevin. They're ancient.
Yeah, but it is like that's where it kind of, at least with that, where I started to realize that, like, okay, I kind of have to just have that. If anyone asks my opinion, I could explain the large, in-depth reason to why I believe this group sucks more than the other one. But yeah, to hear someone's take and like just on a modern context of only knowing this, it's like, yeah, sure. And again, especially with Star Wars. It does make sense where some people would just, oh, this is all I know. And it's like, okay, yeah, sure, that's fine. You know.
You didn't know that about like the iron stuff? Like we can't, because the air's got the isotopes in it now. We can't make steel like we used to. So they like repurpose old steel ships and stuff because of the purity of it.
What, for me or someone in the chat?
Oh, I'm just saying you.
Oh, well, no, well, okay, this is my own ignorance, not truly knowing, but as far as I've understood is our steels have always gotten better, and that we've kind of, even in a lot of the ways, a lot of things aren't even necessarily made from steel. It's a lot of like composites and stuff like that.
Yeah, but there's like
that's
pre World War II and then post World War II, and it has to do with the nukes being in the air. Like you can't make the purity level that you used to. So they repurpose old ships because they actually have like proper steel.
No, that's fascinating. Well, there is kind of an interesting thing I really liked of like pre-World War II going up to it, and even more so like up to like even pre-Vietnam, that we started to really perfect things before going to like a much more electronic, like digital, like in the era that we do now. That like if you look at a lot of the tech that was used then, it's more practical, or I don't even know that I'm describing it properly, but like they have interesting things that are lost. My one buddy who's in a nuclear engineering program was talking about how they had to bring in outside experts when they were talking about building a new nuclear power plant in his state, because none of the people in that state or their program knew how to build one because it had been so long.
Yeah.
So they had to go to people who were still working on it. And that's actually really fascinating, that they stopped that in a period of what, 40, 50 years, everyone kind of forgot in that area. They had to get people who were still practicing it. Like, that's really fascinating. I saw one thing that was really cool. I think it was New York in like 20s or 30s, where basically they had built this structure underneath the building, and it was like almost like a giant lever, but they were able to shift the building from underneath to reposition it for better city planning. And they were talking about how like they have like obviously a rough idea how they did it, but they're like, yeah, we've never done that again before. They would have to go and like see how we believed we did it and then practice that to like redo it. So like it is, yeah. And
Yeah.
it's really neat.
Someone retires eventually, don't know how to do it, but it's mostly the steel thing is for like I guess for particle reactors specifically. Because we can't make because the isotopes in the air after the nukes went off. We can no longer make steel of that purity level anymore.
That's really neat.
It's just impossible because we don't have the air conditions anymore because the oxygen's like polluted, as to say, I guess. And now you know, guys. Same goes for tomahawk missiles. Does it? For steel or what else? So hi there. Hi there, DJ. Anyways, yeah. Kinda cool. How that stuff changes.
Very cool.
So it doesn't negate, like, we can make better compounds of things. It's just physically we can't reproduce that type of thing anymore because the atmosphere's changed forever. Because we nuke things.
There's one video I really liked that was a world map, and it would do a little flash beat for like all the known nuclear tests and that. And I shared it to my gal the one time. It's neat because obviously you see the one go off in Nevada there, I'm pretty sure, Arizona, one of the two spots. And then you see the two in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And then it does the outside world map of just like flash, flash, flash. And then the Soviets get one. And you see like through like the 60s and 70s where they were just lighting nukes off, you know, and like...
Left, right, and center.
Yeah, in the end, I can't remember the exact number, but it's thousands of above-ground nuclear detonations we've done, and it's like, I don't know, I would love to see the absolute environmental changes and health changes to people, you know, just
Because of all
devastating
that.
our planet. Yeah, you know, like...
The funny thing too is those nukes are probably like small fry sad stuff compared to what we can do now. As the explosion levels have increased so much. Ah, crap, they got a Droideka rolling in. Ah, he's just getting right in there. I don't know if you could spawn near the base thing, but there's a Droideka that I think is going to be shredding everything up in 2 seconds. And then we're probably going to defend, and then we have to go back to fucking Kamino. I'm so sick of Kamino, dude. Seriously, this place is so lame. Metal and rain. Metal and rain. Actually, is tomorrow supposed to rain again? Yeah, well,
I'm not too sure.
the forecasting was all weird. What am I getting? I got gassed. Okay. Oh, I never expected Bosk to be here. Bosk got me pretty good. That's because Bosk is boss, guys. Don't forget that. Spawn right in front of 40 droids.
Come on, that Dooku beat me.
Ugh. I had more like upgraded cards for my guys. Skill points 11, and I can't just like upgrade these cards. Upgrade from the collection menus. I just kind of forgot how to do all that. I don't want to play as Anakin. All my heroes are just like low level.
Sure, that's an option.
Hmm.
I'm surprised we haven't lost already.
Yeah, we are kind of getting like spawn camped, and we can't even get close to defending our spots. I
If
don't
you
even know how
can
we get there.
defend this as the Republic, the other team sucks. Like,
Like we're just like we're actually cut off from going and defending our areas. They are just mercilessly destroying our positions right now. I died from one super battle droid? Wow. Tsar bombs. I'm sure they got bombs all over the place. Russia's big issue though is most of their stuff isn't maintained properly. It's questionable how much of this stuff actually still even works properly. But you don't really want to find out. Maybe you can help it. Yeah, man, we're screwed. They absolutely just eviscerated us.
you just can't defend this. They get in behind.
Well, the issue was is they cut us off from getting there. I've never seen a team so effectively cut off from like defending their area.
Well, even the distance traveled, if you look at where we have to spawn all the way back if we're not here, to where like the Separatists respawn on the side. You literally take a left and a right and you're here. Where we have to fight our way back into the point. It's just horrible. Whoever did the design for like just a balancing standpoint sucks. And I don't mind there being different designs. I actually think that's more fun than the same cookie cutter on either side. Like it makes it feel like you're fighting on different ships. Anyways, yeah.
Did you see that name?
No, what was the name?
Grandma Jiggles was #1.
Nice.
Grandma
I see some really hilarious names. I just never know if I'm allowed to call them out or not. You know?
I miss the old days where you had to have a different name from everyone else.
Yeah.
Like people were so much more creative when, you know, pressured like that, right? Like you had to come up with a name that was creative. Retired people. Oh, so that's what you're saying is they don't know how to make new Tomahawk missiles. Okay, that's a problem in so many things is we get like complacent on stuff and then like knowledge just gets forgotten too. I'm noticing that a lot with the younger kids is like they grow up with like tablets, touchscreens, you know, stuff like that, computers and whatnot, but they don't actually know how to like use computers and stuff like that. And
Well, I don't know.
Same with like coding and that. Like there's so many people that know how to use the internet and blah blah blah, but like so few people are knowing the fundamentals elements of things, and it's just like it's gonna be like lost knowledge.
Well, I think we're extremely funny species getting at it. Like it's a balance on I think how we're made. Like if we live like elves or something and you live like 10,000 years each, I'm sure you could learn everything. But just in our short lifespan and how many of us there is, it makes sense that I'm gonna mess this word up. Compartmentalize or whatever, you know what I'm trying to say.
Compartmentalize? Oh, for fuck's sake,
Yeah,
you got
there
me
you
messed
go.
up
I
on.
could not
Compartmentalized, yep.
Yeah, thank you. But yeah, that like basically everyone does a little section of things, but no one really knows it all. And like it makes sense why we do it. But yeah, like we don't go and learn a lot of these things. That's where I get such a kick out of where people criticize like intellectuals of the past of like, oh, well, they didn't know this, didn't know that. And it's like, well, why do you know that? You didn't go out and learn it. It's because that information is accessible to you now and you can see it. You know what I mean? Like,
Education's changed too. When we were younger, you were taught to retain information, but now because of search engines and everything like that, you're taught more to be able to fetch information. I find that concept quite
fascinating too.
Because like, why learn something when you can just access that info? Like, why retain that info if you don't have to, right?
But it does kind of lead to a neat sci-fi question of like, if that was ever became unavailable, just how much would we lose? That's actually really fascinating with the Tomahawk missiles because they're really cool. But yeah, that's funny too. But yeah, like I don't know. It's really neat with like calculators. The joke of like, oh well, you won't have your calculator with you always. When we were taught when we first started school that like, oh, you should still learn to do this math on paper in your head. But now, yeah, the calculator is with you all the time. You can also order pizza with your calculator. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's just changed.
Yeah. And what I think is so fascinating too, especially like kind of dealing more with the academics side of things nowadays, is that how much AI is brought up.
Well, that's just come by storm, and yeah.
Yeah, and like I've seen so many things of like teachers in that talking about like, well, how do we avoid this in the classroom? And it's like, I don't know. I've seen some people talking about like, well, maybe it's not about avoiding it. Maybe it's finding a way to test people on their ability to use this, because as it keeps getting better and better, there's no way everyone and their dog's not going to completely turn to complete AI writing going forward. Yeah, like.
Yeah, but that does create a fundamental loss of information. There's gamer tags. Oh, you were in the match? Cool, man. It's always nice when people pop in. It's also nice when they drop by to like the stream. Oh, subscribers, great donations, cool. Consider becoming a channel member. Ow. Channel member gift and ow. The Patreon option and the Discord for stream alerts. There's also the Amazon store affiliate link. Yes, yes. I feel like things have like dramatically changed over our lifetimes, because like we started with no phones, and then the flip phones came, and then the touch phones came, and now there's like all the AI stuff that's up there. Like,
that's where it's crazy to me how much it's changed. A little philosophical, but I like the one thing of this guy describing that like our age group, that like 93 to like 97 really doesn't fit anywhere, because they grew up in a time where it was kind of like you didn't have phones and the internet wasn't everywhere, and then you grew up in a time where that was kind of turning up. Like you didn't quite fit into either era, which is I thought that was kind of neat, just like on a thinking standpoint of it. You know, it is. It's absolutely fascinating how much we've gone to AI. I also get a kick out of, I'll see like nostalgic videos of like people like, oh, to be back in 2002, and they'll only show like gaming stuff, like the original Xbox and like, you know, TVs and that. And it's like, well, that was a part of it, like especially as our childhood, like we were playing, but it wasn't all technology based, and like that wasn't the whole thing of everybody. And I think it's so funny to see people trying to do like nostalgic bits, and that's all they focus on, when that wouldn't be the attitude of 2001 too,
though, right?
Yeah.
You just adapt
it gives me a kick of it when you see like different interpretations of things. Like I've always heard from like my parents and that whenever we try to do like 80s nights or make shows about 80s, that they only focus on like one section of how people look, sort of thing. And I kind of think that's what's going to be done with like the 2000s and that.
Of course it is. Yeah. That's what I was saying, is they like, you select specifically what you want.
Yeah.
They do it with like all kinds of movies and shows and things. They'd be like, oh, remember this, and that's like the only thing they focus on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But like even our mutual buddy, we were talking the one time, because I like to bug him about how the world's changed, and he's not big on it. And I was going on about like, oh, you know, like AI and that, and he was like, oh, well, AI would never take the blue collar jobs. And then I saw this video of
That's what it's supposed
AI
to be
run.
for.
Yeah, well, that's hilarious that you mentioned that. That's one of my favorite things is that AI was supposed to take over the manual labor so that mankind could enjoy the arts and sciences. And it so far has been completely the opposite, you know, where like it's doing all the sciences. They got AI doing commercials and like the art side of things. Meanwhile, you got guys doing the electrician jobs and stuff like that. But as our mutual buddy was going on to that, oh, they'll never take the blue collar jobs. I found this video of automated forklift, and I instantly sent him to him, and I was just laughing. And one of my favorite comments on the video was, "Does the forklift come with a drug habit too?" Like, you know. Anyways,
Oh, shots fired.
yeah.
No, but like seriously, for like long hauling of like trucks and stuff like that, it just makes sense that you would automate all that. But it is funny that it's become such an artsy thing. But I think it wouldn't be talked about as much if it didn't hit the arts. You know what I mean? Like,
I guess you more exposure that
much
way to
more
it.
exposure. That's how you get people talking, is being like, did you see this video? Oh, did you see how this image is generated? You know, images were cool, now it's less cool, but then like, you know, video clips now, and everyone goes, oh, do you see it? It's got synchronization for audios. It's like when movies went from the silent era to the talkies, and they're like, oh my god, you can synchronize voices and talk to the thing. It's like that, but with AI generating stuff. It's like, whoa. It really is, it's like that. They'll probably do a Singing in the Rain, but it'll be like an AI thing someday, and that'll become a hit. Or maybe not, you know, movies are probably dying anyways, but... yeah, no, it's definitely quite fascinating. But I would say, actually, the photo generation stuff has gone leaps and bounds. I probably haven't shown you anything like that, but I got like a month of their premium thing, and I've just been like whipping up freaking thumbnails to like redo old thumbnails that were done, and man, the difference of a year is just...
oh, it's incredible. Some of the
insane.
We talked about it before, but some of the videos they can do now with like AI generated people are just incredible. I ended up showing my parents that, because obviously they're older, and you know how older people are with the news and stuff, and that was the one video. Yeah, I had to show them of like literally the whole bit was one of those. I think those videos have been going around for everyone, but like literally people like, oh, we're not actually people, we're AI prompts and all that, and it was like a whole bit of like the one started really neat where it was a radio news person like, oh, this just in, the U.S. has declared war on Canada, and it looks like really serious news, and then it cuts to the news guy and he's like, yeah, I'm here, but there's actually no war because none of this is real. This isn't happening. I'm not even real or whatever. And like I went and showed that to them, and it was kind of neat. Got a reaction out of my mom more so of like, wow, that is really good. And it's like, yeah, you know, like.
Yeah, someone was it Filet on the Discord. He posted that he fell for someone unboxing an otter.
Oh really? That's awesome.
Yeah, so like a YouTube video, and he unboxes an otter, and it's like, it's pretty fucking realistic.
Yeah. No, they're getting really good. That's my really good buddy's neighbor fell for one of the AI hockey interviews. He came up to him and he's like, did you... yeah, I think I told you that. Yeah, did you see what Austin Matthews said? And Austin Matthews like, if I don't get traded from Toronto tomorrow, I'm just retiring. This is the worst city, worst team ever. And dude's really going on to him about how like, oh, this... could you believe he said that? And it's like, oh, dude, that's...
I couldn't believe that he said
like...
that. I guess the other problem too is if you want to get something checked by AI might just say yes, it's real, because it doesn't know itself. Like, have you done any of the Google searches where the AI thing pops up? It's just blatantly
I get that
wrong.
all the time now.
Like 90% of the time.
That's actually really fascinating, because like I've searched some things up where it gave a quick answer of like statistics or something that like I at least I didn't find was wrong, but I do like that you mentioned that, because I've looked up some things happening recently with the reservation and all that, and I looked up some things that were happening legally with like some lawsuits and that they're working out, and I got like some completely wrong responses about it, and I was like, what? That's not true. And I was looking up, it was like cross-referencing what happened with another reservation on what their how their lawsuit worked out, and they were saying that's how that went for mine. And I was like, yeah, no. So like, anyways, anyone who was searching that up, if they just took what the Google AI said, you would have completely wrong information on that. Anyways.
Yeah, I've been doing, like, I do a lot of search stuff to find out info for games and blah blah blah. And I would say 90% of what I've looked up in like the last month or so is just blatantly fucking wrong. And I look at the sources and it's like blatantly misconstruing like something that's completely different than what I'm like looking for. And it's just spitting it out as if it's fact, and it's terrifying. Grew up in the era where the OG trilogy was the best. Prequels forever. Yeah, no, Star Wars stuff has changed a lot. Like, we're 10 years off of, you know, Star Wars coming back now. So we're basically at the point where people were when Episode 3 came out. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like when The Force Awakens was coming out, we're at that point from The Force Awakens. That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I'm saying it in a very weird way, but, like, yeah. Because, like, Episode 3 was 05, and then Force Awakens was 15, and now it's 25, so... Fucking hell, that's been a long time. Woo!
Oh, the years are just going by now. It's so funny, because throughout all the 2010s, obviously the nostalgia glasses, I always missed the 2000s, but I've joked with my gal. There's been a couple times where I'm just like, oh wow, I really miss the attitude of the 2010s a lot, you know, like.
Like I did my Atlas The Last Supper there.
Yeah.
And I had my neighbor come for the event. I was like, oh, remember when we were here when I became an adult like over a decade ago? And he's like, fuck off.
Well, just cheesy stuff. I was even mentioning to my gal, we just did it like last year, but I was like, I'd like to almost do another Game of Thrones watch, and it's like, I was kind of sitting there joking with her that it's so crazy that for all that time throughout my adult life, Game of Thrones was brand new TV. You know what I mean?
Old.
Like, it's going on. Yeah, now it's old now. It's not ancient, obviously. It's not like you're watching like the original Aliens. Sorry,
It's like
for
the
everyone alive in the
Elder
80s.
Scrolls, the ancient
But yeah, it
texts.
is. It's old now.
More Star
End
Wars.
of 2018, 19? Well, anyways.
Well, I wanted to do Resident Evil Revelations, but apparently it's not co-op, so that's on me. But, more Star Wars. I mean, we'll see how the numbers are after this, but yeah, it definitely seems like we've over-burned out Star Wars for probably till next Christmas. But, yeah. More Star Wars. But, I mean, what else would we have really done tonight, honestly? What do you even have installed yet?
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Battlefield 4 again. I don't know.
That was like 2 weeks ago. Can't do that again. That's like a once a month thing now, actually. It does well enough. Like, it's weird. Battlefield 4 is over a decade old, and it's like... It's not fresh, but it's still liked.
Yeah.
But it's now old enough to be nostalgic for people.
That has some of the best energy. Like, going back and playing that one, I do think people don't get the vibe that Battlefield 4 creates. Like, yes, obviously, we're all up here crying about operators and skins and all that, but, like...
Nobody's crying about that game. Only you.
No, well, I know. I don't know.
The only thing they're
You
crying
can see
about
it.
right now is the...
Is not liking the stream?
Oh, I wish. That would have been a great one. No, it's the guns in the classes.
Guns in the classes. Okay, well,
That's what
whatever they're
people are
coming up
complaining
with, I wonder if Battlefield 4, just the whole attitude of it. I love when you're getting in there and you got the radio coming in and, oh man, we lost objective B, and hey guys, we need some more goddamn troops on objective A, you know, like, I don't know, it's just such a great vibe to that game, where I think you could do the modern play style, but just create that kind of, I don't know, badass atmosphere.
Yeah, but wouldn't you rather have like Jar Jar, like Sith Jar Jar dancing while
Jar
fighting?
Jar versus Nicki Minaj and Snoop Dogg for the gazillionth time.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! You know, you complain, but there's all these people out there crying about a Battlefront 3, and wouldn't that essentially be what Battlefront 3 would be? Would be Battlefield 6, but with Star Wars?
Kind of, yeah.
Hmm?
Actually, I wonder if people would want Battlefield, because when this came out in 2018, we were still kind of like fresh or fresher with the Battle Royale. I wonder if you would play Battlefield and then everyone wouldn't have clone troopers. You'd be running around as clone Snoop Dogg. That would be funny to see.
Snoop Dogg, but he's like a stormtrooper. Actually, that'd be pretty funny.
Mm.
Mhm.
Well, and what fads we all get into nowadays, because like the Battlefield 3 talk, that's completely died. Even amongst my friends who are like, oh, they might do a Battlefield 3. I haven't heard any of them talking about it. Like, I don't blame EA for not doing it. Like, what, May the 4th came out, everyone was really into this game for a weekend, and now what? It's back to just those who would play it anyways.
It's still, actually, I don't know what the concurrents are right now, but it's still doing pretty good. But yeah, no, this stuff, it like lasts like a week.
Yeah.
It lasts like a week or two, and then it goes back to normal. I mean, that's actually pretty fast. The news cycle I've got pegged down to like 24 hours now. Like 3 years ago, it was like
people
a week,
forget.
But yeah. I'll be generous. I'll say it's 48 hours for a news cycle, but like 3 years ago, it was a week was a news cycle. Now it's just like a day. People forget that there's just too much info, like too much stuff happening, too much. You know. The Division. Oh, the Division was a lot of fun to dive back into because they added the second one to Game Pass there, but the DLC came in pretty quick. It was done pretty fast.
They added to Game Pass?
Hmm? What?
Oh, I was just thinking, because I don't know if it has anything to do with each other, but my buddy was playing both the Division because he said it just went free on PlayStation, unless it already was and he was mistaken.
And they
Just
added it
sounds
to
kinda
Game
funny
Pass.
if that's what. Yeah, but he's on PlayStation saying that it went free.
I think it's already on the Plus for the Division. I don't think it went free to play, but I think it's been on their Plus service for quite a while, to my knowledge. They just they announced they just released a new DLC this week was the thing.
Okay.
Which is really funny because like the game came out in 2018, I think. It was like 2018 for the Division 2. They released one DLC like a year later, and then it's been silenced for, you know, like 6 years, and then they're just doing, because they're working on the Division 3 right now, because they canceled the Extraction Division game, Heartland. So now they're full steam on the Division 3, and this was a DLC that was supposed to bridge you to Division 3, but it really didn't. It wasn't a very good DLC, but like, yeah, it's just kind of like a weird setup, you know what I mean, to do like a DLC that like far after that doesn't really do anything. Kind of felt like a cash grab, honestly.
Remember when they talked about doing a Ghost Recon? What was it? VR?
Battle Royale?
Battle Royale? Yeah, that's
They didn't talk about doing it. It was in testing. It was Ghost Recon Frontline, I think was the name of it. And then they shut it down because of all the negativity around it.
Which, I'm going to be honest, that might have actually been fun. Ghost Recon stuff. I don't know, like I'll be for real. When I think of a Ghost Recon game, I don't think of Battle Royale. It is out of place, and I'd rather something like Wildlands again, because I love the theme of that whole thing. But I don't know.
Honestly, it fits better as an extraction shooter than it does like a Battle Royale.
Yeah, but we talk about it all the time. No one wants extraction shooters.
Yeah, nobody does, but like it just kind of fits, right? Where you're like a squad going out to somewhere like a jungle and you're gathering stuff and then extracting. Like it does. I was saying that for the Division. I was like, the Division actually fits the profile of an extraction shooter better than just like a Battle Royale or something. But like I don't. That extraction shooter genre just is not an interesting thing to me. Like, it works well for Tarkov and, like, a couple of them, but, like, it's just... Because, like, why are you doing what you're doing? No, seriously, though.
You
like,
nailed that a lot,
why?
because what is your objective here? Your objective is to work as a team to just beat the other one. Yeah, is it very simplistic? Yes, but this is a concept that's been used
You're here to win.
forever. This Battlefield, yeah, you're here to win. You are just trying to beat the other team. With the Battle Royale, it's the same thing. You're trying to be #1 overall. But if the whole point of the extraction shooter is to collect loot, what am I collecting this loot for? Like, if you go with like Destiny or that like MMO style thing, you're collecting loot to be the most powerful of everyone.
You're building a character.
Yeah, you're building a character. Yeah, but like with the extraction shooter, I've never really seen loot that mattered. Even with that Vigor one, which was kind of interesting. But what, you're making your individual house that maybe your friends could
that was the only time I've come across any game that's like an extraction shooter that actually has like a backbone to it is Vigor, and that's the only thing that kept me interested was coming back and doing the house, because like it gives you a goal and something you're doing, and then like when you upgrade parts of your house, it allows you to make things, so you can make guns or attachments for your guns, and you can make them faster the better your house is. But like Vigor, as I've mentioned from the Microsoft leaked details, that game's like never made money. So like even that system is technically a failure. But at least it had like a goal.
Yeah.
Division 2 is not an extraction shooter, no. Yeah. Sorry, keep going there. Kevin's dead, guys.
That's me. Sorry, what?
Nothing.
I thought you were saying something.
Don't forget to like the stream, subscribe, it's great, donations, cool. Consider becoming a channel member, gifted, the Patreon option, and the Discord for stream alerts. There's also the Amazon store affiliate link. Yeah, but no, like I said, Vigor, there, according to the Microsoft leaked documents, you know, they never made like a profit off of that game. But it's the only one that I've actually played where I played a good amount of it, and I had like a reason for what I was doing. And those, like the other extraction shooter games, like I've tried and stuff. Like I know Arc Raiders or whatever was quite popular, and I streamed it and did a video of it, but I was just bored to tears because I was like, why am I doing this? You go in, you gather some stuff, and then you leave, and it's like, I guess you sell that stuff to, you know, build a workbench or something, and you can make better things, but like, why? Like, who cares, right? Like,
yeah.
I don't know if there's just something like I'm missing out of these games, but I do not understand the point of them, like why I would keep playing them more than like 15 minutes. A good foundation,
well,
yeah.
What was it? Gray Zone or something? It's a game I wanted to play. I didn't have the money for it, but like, or I can't remember what it is, but it's like I think it's an extraction shooter, but the whole idea of it was your PMC group going through and doing objectives, and that's where I wonder if like you might be right about the Ghost Recon thing with the whole idea of like PMCs coming in, and if I had to do an extraction, I would do it almost more as like a contract job.
Yeah.
As like you get in, you kill your target or something, maybe have like a security force trying to stop you, and then once you kill the target, you try to get out of there. Or have like a bunch of PMCs competing to kill the target, like...
Yeah, but that's not even the point of those. The point of those is literally just gathering loot, and that stuff happens to be there.
Yeah.
Like, your goal isn't... Like, Hunt Showdown does it. Actually, you know what? Hunt Showdown is an extraction shooter, so I guess you could make that your goal. But, like... Yeah, at least that game has, like, a bit of focus to it, and even then, I don't think Hunt Showdown is necessarily, like, overly addictive that I keep, like, playing it all the time. But at least that one, you're kind of fighting for a trophy, right?
I don't know. That one was neat because its style is so unique.
And you know what? You are trying to win in Hunt Showdown. Right? You're not just there to gather stuff and leave. You're there to fight for an object and fend off others as you escape with it.
Yeah, there's a target you're trying to get rid of.
Yeah.
But that one, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, I don't play it outside of the couple times we played it, but it was neat, and what I thought was most fascinating was the era and style of, like, you know, this take on like 1800s equipment, late 1800s stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it's got a neat vibe and atmosphere for sure, but I'm just like, I'm just trying to think of what creates a compelling atmosphere, because like the Arc Raiders game, again, you go in, and that one is like really well talked about by people. And I played it, and I was just bored to tears, because I was just like, you're just walking in, there's no focus, there's no specific objectives. You're just there to kind of loot stuff, and then you just leave. But like,
Which one? Tarkov?
I know Arc Raiders or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the hot one that was in beta testing like a month ago now or something like that. But I'm just like, why? Delta Force? I don't know when that's coming. That was supposed to come out on consoles already. I think that got like permanently delayed, didn't it?
Oh, the free one?
Yeah.
That's really big on Steam. It's always in the top 20. I haven't played it yet, but...
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, they delayed it for consoles, and, like, I don't think there's been any word about it. I think they got it out on mobile, so maybe they just don't care about consoles. That could be a thing. Maybe there's some kind of certification issue that they're running across with it, too. The premise behind the Division? Oh, there's, like, a plague thing that happens, and you're in New York, and everything fell apart, and you're trying to get in there and kind of maintain order and figure out what happened, kind of like World War Z, where Brad Pitt's got to go to Ground Zero and kind of figure things out. And yeah, it's kind of the idea, cooperative kind of shooter thing. It was the last one Tom Clancy did consulting on. Yeah. And then the Division 2 is things have continued to spiral out of control. Other cities are falling apart, and you're kind of in the middle of it all. I feel like we should get this.
Sorry.
Like we're doing pretty good, right? Like.
We're doing pretty good. My problem was I went to the back to just like hide and be a spawn point, but then our teammates, sorry if it's anyone in the chat, spawn on us and start shooting from where I'm hiding, so Dooku comes over, and it completely defeated the entire purpose of what I was trying to achieve there. And that was
like when you're sniping a good spot in Battlefield and your whole team fucking spawns on you, and
yeah, so yeah, literally, I was just, it was like, really, guys? Like, okay, so completely effed what I was trying to do there.
It's kind of funny. Oh god damn it, this fucking thing. Free-to-play Battlefield. Well, I mean, they did a good job with Delta Force in regards to actually capturing Battlefield's audience and stuff like that. That's probably why EA's been trying to pump to get this Battlefield out faster, too, is people are coming in and eating their cake.
But that's funny, because with Delta Force, again, not having tried, but seeing that, it's huge. At least from what I saw, it had, like, 63,000 players going at any point, and that's more than... like, those are COD numbers on Steam from what I saw.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like, if that's free and it's big, if Battlefield 6 comes out and it's like not blowing it out of the water, they'll never beat a free-to-play game.
No. I think it makes Halo even worse off, just the fact that Halo came out as free-to-play and still died within like a month or two.
No, that's your best criticism on it, is that it's free to play. And even the couple times I pointed out that at any given moment that, oh hey, it's got 1,000 more people than MCC, it's like, yeah, it's a free game. Like, if it only had 1,000 people on, which it doesn't always beat MCC for numbers too, mind you.
They swap places pretty
yeah, frequently, like all the time, right? Yeah.
And MCC is like ancient too, like it's over 10 years old. It's a break from Souls. Yeah, you said that last week, Dean, and now you're playing Lies of P. You said that he's on a Souls binge, Kevin. He's like, I'm not doing Souls this week, and then all of a sudden he's back on a Souls game. It's like, ooh. I don't know, just mostly the thing with the extraction stuff is like, I can't figure out my motivation. And I think that's a big problem with those types of games, is like, what's my motive? Because I really, really genuinely feel that, like, extraction games are the suits trying to be like, this is our next Battle Royale. Because, you know, Battle Royales obviously blew up, and everybody made tons of money, everybody was happy, and they're trying to find that next big hot thing, and they just... Someone somewhere said extraction shooters are that thing, and, like, I disagree.
Well, what I get a kick out of too is if they're basing it off of Escape from Tarkov. That yeah, it has a big community, but you generally
that's what they play though.
Yeah, but like that's what they play, And I'll tell you right now, it's the same game guys playing Arma. It's the same guys playing Hell Let Loose. I love those games, but I'll tell you that like they are the niche side of shooters. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
They are a specific audience.
Yes.
And good luck ripping them off of Tarkov to come and play your whatever game you're doing.
Yeah, exactly, dude. No, I'm glad you agree.
That was the thing for the tests, like this all leaked during the test stuff for Marathon. Is like Bungie was flying over a bunch of people that played Tarkov, like content creators, and they were asking them what they thought of Marathon, and none of them said they liked it or would play it. And it's just funny. Like, yeah, Lies of P DLC. Oh no, it's coming soon. Siege X. Oh yeah, I'll probably we'll bring you in for Siege X there, Kevin.
That would be cool. I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, because we stream Siege, and it's kind of like, yeah, but like Siege X is like new.
Well, for my friend group, that game will not die. That is my second most played game on Steam, and it is not by choice. I can have fun with it. It is not. I couldn't say that enough. Like, I don't mind it. It's not like it's horrible or anything, but that is the only game I can convince all these guys to get on at once. You know what I mean? Because generally, this guy's my strategy game players. These two guys are my milli-sim players. And, like, yeah, to convince them all at any point of 5 or more of them to sit and play something, it's Siege. I don't know why either. Yeah.
You thought Kevin was off to the army? We're just shipping him off. So funny. Kevin's going to battle. No, that's Plong that's doing that stuff. My hair today, it looks like it's greasier than it is.
That was I don't know. I just kind of, because I'll get a kick. You might get a kick out of this. I kind of pondered it a little bit. I was like, oh hey, I wonder if like a job with like the CAF would be any good. I always pondered it when I was like a teenager. But like that's just being like an edgy teenager, and then I went into like my party phase in my early 20s, didn't bother. And then as I kind of got older, I was like, well, what to do? And I have a buddy, he's in the Navy, and I asked him, because we talk a lot or whatever, of like, hey, what do you think of like the CAF right now? And he actually set me up with a couple of his buddies who really broke down and talked with me about like their experiences and that. And I made the joke to him that after talking with all of them, because they gave me so much information that like hearing all the options, that's when I decided, no, I'm gonna go with the education side of things. You know, like hearing their experiences, I was like, yeah, that doesn't sound good.
I don't know, Plong sounds like he has a great time.
Oh yeah.
He tells me, he just messages me, he's like hanging out in different offices, he's like, I just checked out all the different parts of the building, you know, thought I'd come and say hello. I was like, yes, my taxpayer dollar is effectively being used. And he's like, bingo.
Oh, is he Canadian?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
He's from the middle of fuck all nowhere, BC.
That's funny. Well, like, that was the one thing, was that all the guys kind of had the same gimmick of, like, oh, it's like one of the coolest decisions you'll ever make, but then they would go into, oh, we've got our problems. There's a lack of funding. There's nothing to do. Like, the one guy was straight up honest. He's like, yeah, if you want to join anything, like, that isn't a technical specialization, you're turning into a janitor on base. And I was like, oh. You know what I mean? And, like, I'm not, like, trying to claim, like, oh, I'm going to go on to be, like, the greatest warrior or something. But, like, I figured it would be, like, okay, like, go to different spots of the world and, like, do work or something like that. You know, like, you kind of romanticize it in your head. But literally getting the option of, like, yeah, I just sit on base cleaning stuff. It was like, oh, no. Like, okay, well.
Well, we're not really peacekeeping anywhere right now, are we?
Yeah. Well, and I know obviously there's negative things happening in the world, but I would hope that would show that the world's in an okay state, that obviously the Canadian Army doesn't need to be places.
Well, we usually do peacekeeping, and like I said, I think for the last few years we haven't been anywhere, right?
Really,
like,
yeah.
There hasn't been stuff that we need to get involved with, so we just chillax. Yeah. Ready or not. Yeah, that should be fun. Those types of games do really well here. You know, like Insurgency and Hell Let Loose. And I don't love playing the Hell Let Loose, but the numbers, they do pretty good there. Dean almost joined the U.S. Air Force, passed his test, but his eyesight is terrible, and he only wanted to fly. So you played a lot of Ace Combat then in the back of the day, right?
Obviously.
Welcome to the danger zone.
I think it takes a real... someone who's actually truly motivated to just sign up for that, you know what I mean? Because, like, again, throwing out, I pondered it, obviously, haven't done it, or whatever, but, like, I love mentioning that with most groups of guys, that, like, oh, hey, I pondered it, and then out of nowhere, you get everybody's almost enlist stories, too, and that's where we have one guy we play with, that's the one I've told you a lot of stories of, good buddy of mine, but he was in the Marines for basically all of Iraq. He's got wicked stories of him in Fallujah. I got to tell 2 of them when we were playing 6 days in Fallujah, but yeah, really cool guy, and he likes to make the jokes of like, oh yeah, all you almost enlist boys, you know?
Almost enlist.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's funny.
Anyways, big kick.
I was hammered in very early not to do any of that stuff.
No, I mean, I don't know.
Very, very clearly from my parents, absolutely do not think of that. Do not even think of going near that stuff. Which is quite interesting. To hear that so many other people were like, you know, pondering it, and like very early on I was told absolutely fucking not.
We're capturing command post Besh.
It's not a negative on anyone, just saying that's what I was taught when I was younger.
Well, everyone's, you know,
Aviation
it's a
enthusiast.
funny thing. Yeah.
But you have bad genetics. That's what sucks. Isn't that like the whole plot of, what is that movie called? Genetica or something? Oh god, you know the movie I'm talking about? The one with Ethan Hawke?
I don't know it, no.
Okay, so
Sorry.
it's one where he wants to be an astronaut. And it's like a different future where eugenics is a thing. And like everyone is like designer born, but he is not designer born. And like somebody dies and he like takes over, but he was friends with this guy and he like takes over his life because his friend wanted him to or something because he was dying. And like he tries to like evade people catching on to him so that he can be on this space mission to like Europa or something like that. But it's because of his genetic. Like the idea is like, oh, if you were, everyone was perfect, blah blah blah. genetics not holding you back from being able to like do something or not doing something. Anyways,
Yeah.
Gattaca, thank you. Gattaca.
Well, that's it. But I don't think it's a precise number, but I've heard throughout my entire life looking up a lot of things because I've always been interested in military stuff, history, all that. But I've always heard the number that really only 10% of your people are really actually built to run around in fields doing stupid things. You know what I mean? And it also fits with the one thing I was like that one point that for a lot of people who are like, oh, I'll join the army, that I don't know if this is still true, but I heard that there's also supposed to be 9 logistics people to every like guy on the ground.
Yeah, there's
You know what I
infantry.
mean?
There's all kinds of different branches.
Yeah. Well, tons of stuff, you know. Someone's got to drive the trucks. Someone's got to make sure those boxes are full.
And there's
You know, someone's
engineers.
gotta make, yeah. Like,
You need fucking bridges sometimes. You know.
well, that was the one disappointing thing too, was when I was looking at things, the one part that I thought really interested me was the whole combat engineer bit, because like it looks like you like go around the world building stuff. Like I like that idea of like going somewhere where we're peacekeeping and getting a well going or like something that's really cool.
I'm just
And
a
that's where
builder.
my one, I don't know, just something helpful. You know what I mean? But that's where my one buddy too, even when I mentioned that, like, oh, that job seemed really interesting. He was like, why would you want to do the most physically labor job, some of the lowest pay? And I was like, oh, okay.
Romanticize an end real fast then.
Yeah. Oh, there you gotta hear about it.
Yeah, today's standards. So do you? I don't know. Do you do flight sim at all? Because you know it's like literally you can use flight sim towards like your aviation stuff if you want to do aviation things. But flight sim is so wonderful. I mean, we talked about it before, but man, I was so bummed out by the 2024 flight sim. I don't know, I'm sure you've had this in other games, Kevin, but I don't know how you release a 10 out of 10 game in 2019, and then in 2024 release something that just runs like fucking garbage.
A lack of care and love?
I just like, well, it's all based on the cloud, right? So in 2019 you actually download most of the game, but in 2024 it's all cloud driven. And it just like, oh my god. It was as bad as SimCity's 2013 release for me. Absolutely. Do you remember SimCity 2013?
No, but I've heard you talk about it quite a bit.
Yeah. it's the last one, and there's a reason why it was the last one. So
yeah.
Fucking dismal. Ugh, what a piss off that was. Love that. My review for it's pretty popular. I don't have my phone on me, but I think it's like 50k views, and it's just me just like shitting all over Flight Sim 2024, being like, what the fuck is this? I'm very passionate about my flight sims, and I was just, ugh. It still isn't like good. They still haven't really fixed it. It's actually, I heard in response they're gonna start making some of the game, more of it downloadable offline, because the cloud stuff just isn't there to do it properly. Like, I was in the, oh god, do you know what the water area is around Paris? Like where the Eiffel Tower is, there's like a water, like a river.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there was floating boats in the air.
Oh, really?
Cargo boats, floating in the air, Kevin. They're like, we use real-life synchronization so that we can 100% track where every single boat in the world is. I'm looking up in the sky, I was like, yeah.
All these boats, yeah, there
you go. Oh.
Was it a total glitch, or was it a physical something you could hit? Like, how bad was the glitch?
They were, like, physical objects.
Oh, they were?
And they were, like, moving and stuff. Like, it was...
Crash your plane into a cargo boat in midair, you're like, what?
I was just like, what the hell, man? And it's like the geometry and stuff, like it looks like when the game is working properly, like yes, visually it is an upgrade, but you would expect that after 6 years, right? Was it Flight Sim 2020? No, Flight Sim 2028 came out in 2019, didn't it? I don't know. Anyways, doesn't matter. But I was just like, what the hell, man? Because I was so hyped up, I was like, okay, I'm going to be streaming Flight Sim, I'm going to do like a couple weeks of this, it's going to be freaking awesome. I played it like the first night, I was like, okay, well the servers aren't working, great. Played it like 4 in the morning, I was like, wow, none of this is working properly, did my video. And then like tried the next day, I'm like, it's not working. And the next day, I was like, it's not fucking working. And then like I've barely, like I did an update video of it this year, at the beginning of the year, but I just have not like really touched it again. They ruined something I enjoyed doing. I was just pissed.
That's too bad.
Flight Sim since 98. Yeah, I think you mentioned that you did the old Flight Sims. Will there be a Flight Sim 25? No, they're doing them every 3 years. There's a 10-year Flight Sim plan. From what I understood, Flight Sim was supposed to be one game updated over 10 years. But I guess Microsoft saw that there was enough money, so they decided to split it into 3 games. And over this 10-year plan, they have a deal with manufacturers where Flight Sim's gonna make $1 billion in peripheral sales or something like that. Like I think it's $1 billion. Like it's a very, like it's a very profitable thing, Flight Sim. Like, you know, Flight Sim and flight decks and licensed flight stuff and DLC, blah, blah. It's supposed to make like $1 billion over 10 years. But yeah, so Flight Sim 2024, and then the next one should be Flight Sim 27 or 28 should be the next one. And that's a 3-year plan with a Sobo, and in between that, they're gonna make Plague Tale 3, I guess, or something, or another new game or something. I believe it's Plague Tale 3, but yeah, it's like a 10-year Flight Sim plan. It's one of the few 10-year plans Xbox is actually executing correctly, so...
That's funny.
Yeah, you know, 10 years of Halo Infinite, am I right? Yeah, so like Flight Sim, you won't have a new one right away. They're gonna update this one for quite a bit. Well, they might pull the plug on this one earlier and try to go to the next one, but it's hard to say. But yeah, the original plan was 2020, 24, and then like 27, 28 was kind of the goal for that one. Yeah, why do we need all these Flight Sims? Well, that's the thing is they're built differently, so the technology. I gotta do my bit first. Be sure to like the stream, subscribe, it's great, donations cool. Consider becoming a channel member gift, and the Patreon option, and the Discord for stream alerts. There's also the Amazon store affiliate link. So Flight Sim 2020 was built more before the cloud stuff was really kicking off. So a lot of that stuff is actually assets because it's like 150 gigabytes plus, I think. So that one is actually like baked in as actual, like most of it is not streamed. But a lot of it is, you know, still cloud driven, blah, blah, blah. But then 2024 was more built specifically where like 95% of the game is all streamed assets. So like a big issue with 2020 Flight Sim was you had to download updates. So like they did a Canada update, which I think we joked about where Edmonton doesn't get updated, but like Calgary does, and it was really funny.
Well, you hit the important spots first, right?
Yeah, you gotta hit the important spots. But like Edmonton had the new arena redone, but like they didn't redo the whole city, and people got so pissed that they actually had to go back and shoot Edmonton with a gun. No. So they had to go back and redo it because people were pissed off about how bad the Canada update was. But like back in that day, if you wanted the Canada update or anywhere else in the world, it'd have to be like a 20 or 30 gigabyte update. With the Flight Sim 2024, it's automatic, right? Because it's just streamed, so you don't have to, like, technically the data just improves. But even when they do, like, a next Flight Sim in, like, 3-4 years, the technology that they would deploy in that game is going to be completely revolutionary over the technology they have in 2024, just because it's built from, like, kind of the ground up a little bit. So it's, yeah. In theory, you could just keep updating the same game, but in practicality, you do want to make improvements on a larger scale. And that you have to actually release a new game to be able to do. So there you go. Do I like Battlefront 1 or Battlefront 2 is much better than Battlefront 1. In both cases. You, Kevin?
The original, I like Battlefront 2 much more, even though both are great games. And the newer one, dare I say, I like Battlefront 1 better. But the game modes in Battlefront 2 are better. But the gameplay in Battlefront 1 is better.
I streamed that one last weekend. I think the day after we did 2. It feels really arcadey.
I don't know. I don't see how it couldn't feel any more arcadey than this. I talked about
the
it
pickups
before, though. Oh, the pickups, I guess.
Everything's
I
a
like
pickup.
the gunplay and time to kill much better than the other one. There was even that one blast
the heroes are
better.
better.
Where it was the hero, but I can't remember the heroes actually. I do remember the I guess gunplay, but blaster play. There was even the one blaster I unlocked where if you hit someone, it was a one-shot kill all the time. There's nothing like this in this game.
Oh,
you
and
can
the
hit
bubble
people
shields
4 or 5 times
suck.
they'll roll out.
In Battlefront 1.
Yeah.
It's like
That's
armor lock in Halo. But 2020 actually works. Yeah, I know, Dean. I know it actually works, but yeah, it is a travesty. Friends were playing this last night. I wouldn't get your hopes up for a third one. They'll probably reboot it at some point, but I wouldn't get your hopes up for that. You had an expensive yoke and throttle setup? Nice. I have one from Turtle Beach. I reviewed it too on the channel. Yeah, I have that actually. I have like the Turtle Beach like flight deck thing. It's awesome. Try out War Thunder. We did stream War Thunder one time, right, Kevin? Like we.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, we did.
I remember you even went and asked them
for stuff.
I think it was one of the T-80s. Yeah, I can't remember which one the Russians got.
Yeah, you still playing that?
Yeah, all the time.
I've just figured with your massive investment into the tanks.
As a joke. Oh, I remember the one time I was talking about getting one of the newer tanks, and my one buddy was like, "I don't know why you buy stuff in that game," and I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, "I don't know why a game would make you that angry, and you would still give them money," and I just started laughing. But yeah, I'm like, "Bro, you don't get it. This is the M1A1HC. It's the Marine M1A1, like, you know."
My one buddy was really into specifically NHL, and he would buy the Ultimate Team packs every year. And I asked him, I was like, "Why do you buy this?" He's like, "I play one game in a year now, and I only play NHL." And he's like, "This is worth my investment because it's all I play." And I was like, "I get it."
He's the reason we don't have GM connected. You can let him know that for me personally.
But no, the justification I thought was a lot better than a lot of other people's, where it's like I only have time to play one game in a year, and it's NHL. So
No, that's fair. My thing with War Thunder, and it's because I make fun of microtransactions all the time. Obviously, you know that everyone.
you got a
knows
kitty
that.
tank, cat ears.
Sorry?
You got a cat ear
Oh.
tank. You got cat ears around.
No, I don't do that. Actually, one of my favorite things on War Thunder is there's a setting to turn off all cosmetics. I do that instantly. Oh, I love that. Any game that lets me turn off all the cosmetics you spent money on, I will give money to. I think that is the funniest thing ever. I don't care that you had 20 extra bucks on your paycheck. You know.
You should,
but
Kevin. Embrace
but,
the cat ears.
No, my thing is that everything they added, which obviously, why would anyone buy anything? Because you think it's cool, but I do think it's cool. The Tiger H2, that is just a cool tank. When I got the XM one, it's the prototype Abrams tank. It was actually neat. I had an old Army Men toys that my dad gave me when I was a kid, and it was his from like the 70s or whatever, and they had one of the prototype Abrams, and when I saw that, that was so cool, so I had to buy it. So like, yeah, all my microtransactions on that are really neat, just because I think it's really cool, tanks, and yeah, I'm playing a vehicle that I wouldn't be able to play otherwise. Is it an absolute waste of money? Yeah. Have I put like hundreds of bucks into it? Yeah. Some of my buddies are ridiculous. I'm like, oh my god, you're like funding vehicles, and there's the whole joke of like its ties to like what would I've had buddies say that, oh, it's a European based game, but there was the whole thing that there was like Russian developers of that, and that's where I was cracking the
It's
jokes
from
on my
Russia.
buddy.
It's
Yeah,
Gaijin.
well, that's where I was. Right? Well, that's where I was joking with my one buddy that, like, you put so much money, dude. You'd see, like, Ukraine footage, and there'd be, like, a T-90 rolling by, and it'd be, like, paid by blah, blah, blah. You know? Like...
No, but, like, Gaijin, they are a Russian company. I think they've changed based on, like, obviously public perception and stuff.
Yeah,
keep making
I've heard
money.
their headquarters are in, I think, the Czech Republic or something like that.
Yeah, they've moved to one of the other... You know, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I mean, I've told the story too. Like my first E3 there, I had a meeting with Gaijin, and like I was really disgustingly sweaty when I was running through E3 my first year because I booked it. Like I booked back to back so I get the maximum amount of time. But I didn't understand that the conferences were on opposite ends. Like, I thought they were together. So I was literally running...
Oh, so you had to, like, rush over?
Yeah, like, I'm trying to think of amount of space. Basically, if I had to go from one end of the Stampede to the next, like, between bookings...
Yeah.
That's what I was doing in, like, California. It's like, it's kind of air-conditioned there, but not really. And I was just sweating. I remember running to, like, go to the Gaijin one. And there's a Russian woman, and she's just, like, shaking her head at me. I was like, I'm sorry. I'm like, hilarious. I'm dying here, and she was just like shaking her. And that area is the most air conditioned in the entire area. So I was like sweating, but I was freezing my ass off sitting there. I was just like, this is terrible. And she was just so unenthusiastic. They're totally Russian. And then I tried the VR, the early prototype VR for the planes, the War Thunder plane aspect. I did the early version of that, and I wanted to vomit. So I was sweaty, cold, and wanted to vomit because it was super low resolution.
This poor Russian girl describing her time in Canada. Oh, so this Canadian
no.
ran up.
It's in the U.S.
No. Oh, it was in the U.S.?
Los Angeles is where they do the convention. Yeah, not in Canada. Yeah.
That's fair. No, that's funny, dude. I wouldn't actually mind doing War Thunder with you again. Well, I think it's
maybe someday.
Neat. Yeah, I guess. Your buddy though playing NHL, what I think is hilarious about that is the running joke that I've seen other people do too, that people who play sports games only play sports games.
It's
and
true.
That's like my buddy that I talk hockey with all the time, that like I've known for forever, that is all he plays. It's Madden or Chell.
Yeah.
Doesn't care about anything else. And like,
I heard
that's hilarious.
the double threat statistic is it's very likely that a person buys 2 games a year. They buy a sports game and COD.
That absolutely makes sense, actually. It really does.
That's it.
Probably their favorite. Yeah. That's actually really funny.
Yeah.
But, For the, I remember this was like back like 2016, 17. I had some extra money on a paycheck and I was doing the Hockey Ultimate Team. And I thought, okay, you know what? Because you can get good at like the trading market where you get the cards and then you can just, like sell the cards and other that. And I actually thought it was really funny because I was getting really into that market of like buying players that I knew were cheap and selling them higher.
Yeah.
But you can only get so many really good players. So the one time I had some spare money and I thought, okay, F it. I'm just gonna go drop like
You paid to win.
like $50. Yeah, do the whole pay to win bet. I remember that I did have one of my best players. He was like a 92 overall, Ryan Kessler, back when he was in the NHL.
Has it been that long?
Yeah.
He's
Oh yeah. No.
retired? When did he retire?
Yeah, Ryan Kessler. Oh, 2015, 16. I'm definitely not getting the year right, but around that era. Yeah, you remember him, Vancouver, right? Oh,
yeah.
It's been forever, dude. Yeah, right. That 2011 Vancouver team's long gone, dude.
Oh, friggin' hell, man.
Actually, they were mentioning in one of the Oilers games when they were going to the Cup, they're like, oh, yeah, Edmonton making the Cup finals that one time. And the one guy, Kevin BX, is on the panel for Hockey Night in Canada. And he's like, yeah, you know, way back when we made it in 2011. And nobody questioned that. It was like, oh, no. But, right? Anyways, yeah, I went and got those players, and he was the one good player I got, and I got nothing else. And I must have dropped like $50 again in like 2016, which is ridiculous on these cards. And I got one decent player, and I just instantly thought that, like, wow, I'd have to drop hundreds to get some of these lineups these guys got, where it's like a 99 overall, like Gretzky and Ovechkin, you know.
That's how you win, though. That's how they get you. It's like gambling.
Well, because I could beat these kids without it. Which is my favorite
It's weird,
thing.
though, that, like, the loot crates and stuff have been targeted and removed, but the card packs have remained.
Yeah, that's fair, right?
It's the same thing, isn't it?
Gambling. It's just as much gambling as the loot boxes.
It's the exact same system.
Yeah.
College football looks good. It really does. Like, the lighting and stuff they've been making changes for, and the opening things, I'm really excited about it. Kevin loves pink Millicent tanks. He's just too ashamed to embrace it.
I wouldn't know if I like pink Millicent tanks. I don't see them. No,
Oh.
sorry.
I'm surprised they don't enforce you guys having to have that and see that. I'm actually really surprised.
I thought that was hilarious on War Thunder. Yeah, I've always done that.
MCC.
Because whatever, if you buy that and you want to see it, fine, sure, go for it. Then you can have your laugh and all that. I'm not for stopping that, but
I
yeah,
pay
I don't
for
wanna
you to
that.
see my silly skins, Kevin. And you should be
See,
forced
but
to
then
see
I would
this.
pay to not see it. That would be so great. Get a bidding war on War Thunder to whoever donates the most money to Gaijin doesn't have to see
Yes.
or has to see it.
Everybody sees the damn pink skins. Everyone. Funny. Kills me. Yeah, Halo does. There's a few games that do that, but like psychologically, you would want them to see the skins. But I bet Gaijin probably is the Millicent.
If I had to guess
audience is
player
so-
base, I think Gaijin, if you have something like that, it's probably because their player base is big enough
Desiring
on my
it, yeah.
side of things, yeah, to not have that.
Gaijin is such a fascinating company. Yeah, also, I think I saw the earliest version of Cross out that year, too. Or the one where it's like Mad Max. I don't know how that game's still kicking. Jeez. Such an oldie at this point. Some of that stuff is so old, like, it's all gone now. All the, like, shows and that are pretty much gone. Is Enlisted still alive? Yeah, like, we streamed that... Christmas? When did we stream
Yeah,
that?
it's around, but it's not super huge though. Like it's nowhere near War Thunder. Like if you look
It's
at like
kicking,
the Steam
though.
numbers, it's kicking. Yeah, there's people
Yeah.
on it, but it is lower. Like I'd say, from at least what I see on Steam, that like Hell Let Loose gets bigger numbers, Squad gets bigger numbers, all that. So like,
Yeah.
we're like, if you look at War Thunder is a top 20 game on Steam almost at all times.
Well,
I
War
guarantee there's
Thunder's,
50, 60,000 people
You know,
on
it's got
right
that
now.
legacy, it's got that depth that's been around
Yeah.
forever. Well, thanks for the donation there, Dean. I wore the cowboy hat for free yesterday. That's because it was a tease to get you guys excited. It's like, you know, the first taste is free.
There you go.
I mean, if I'm not demoing things, you guys don't know what anything looks like, right? That's actually not true at all. Our friend Wolfwillow there, he did $2 to see the cowboy hat again. I popped out for a few seconds. Yeah. Stalker, he's talking about stalker mods. It's funny. Friggin' hell. Actually, there's the game that just came out on PlayStation. That's where all my views are this week. Thanks for not watching my videos, guys. Anyways. All my views are coming from Hypercharge. So this is a game that came out on PC in 2020. And it's basically like Call of Duty, but you play as, like, action figures that you make. So, like, you know, if you're G.I. Joe, Kevin, you were playing first person and you, like, it's all plastic and blah, blah, blah. I think you get the idea. So, like, the game's come out on Xbox a year ago, and then it came out on PlayStation last week. And then, like, I have a lot of people being like, oh, this is a dead game, because the Steam numbers are, like, dead. But I was like, it came out on Steam in 2020, you can't, like... I don't know, can
we
you...
won as the Republic.
Yeah, well, of course.
Okay,
Right
I think it's fascinating. Like, how many games do you think are in existence? We talked about this lots, but like what?
50% of all
Tens of
games
thousands,
that existed come
100,000?
out every year.
Yeah, okay, so there you go. Like, there are so many effing games out there. How many people do you think are able to play games at any moment? I play probably, I would admit, an unhealthy amount of games. If I'm not at work or with friends or family, I am playing video games. You know what I mean? Like, I have a lot of time on games, and there are so many moments in the day where I am not able to play. So it's like, how many people are out there living life? So my whole thing that, like, Steam numbers only. They don't show mobile games, which is what you said the biggest gaming platform.
Part of the gaming pile is
and so like
Geonosis. Can we try? I wanna see. Can we back out here? Does it back you out too?
I'll just back out and see.
I want to see if we get a different era.
Yeah. Anyways, I'll sum it up. But yeah, like, there are so many games out there, and to have people playing any given game at any given moment, like, is impressive. And I think Steam is a great shower. If you have 5,000 people playing your game at any given moment, you're within the top 100 on Steam. Now, 5,000 people, you'd be like, holy, that's hardly anyone. That's like 3 neighborhoods in a city. But that's 5,000 people on this planet who, with their free time, who decided to play your game individually. And that's where, like, the only games, if you get hundreds of thousands of players on your game, you're in the top 10 easily, probably top 5. Like, few games I see, like what, Dota and like Counter-Strike always have hundreds of thousands of players on. And that's about it. But that's where I get the kick, where everybody's like, oh, this game only has 3,000 players on right now. Like, it's like people underestimate how many games or how many people are playing at any given moment. Like, you'll see numbers where it's like, oh, they'll think that's dead. And it's like, actually, that's quite healthy. You know what I mean? Anyways.
Well, my thing is it's like an indie game made by 5 people. It came out on Steam back in 2020. It came out on Xbox a year ago. And then people are complaining about the game before it even came out, saying it's a dead game. But I'm like, it's $30. I think it's $30 US. And it's got a campaign. It's got a horde mode. It's got a multiplayer. There's no battle pass, no DLC. You unlock like dozens of characters for free by playing it. It's got local split screen. It's got local multiplayer with bots, online multiplayer with bots. I was like, how much is that worth then? And it's like premium visuals that look great, like full sharp 4K, like 60. It's like, I was just very confused as to like what these people want.
Well, in certain games when a game is first released, that's when you'll see the tens of thousands numbers. And if it's a super hit game, you'll see that 100,000 number. And then it slowly drops to where it is. It's like 6,000-7,000 people on at any given moment. I like that one joke with Hogwarts Legacy, whatever that newer game was. Yeah. People were like, wow, it lost 90% of its player base. And I saw people joking of like, it's a single player game. Like, you beat it and you move on, you know? Like,
everything gets compared to Skyrim.
Yeah.
I think we should back out and just go back to the other map.
We'll
I don't think we're going to find enough people here, are we? It's only like 7.
Would you mind trying one more search? If not, I won't complain.
Sure, yeah, okay.
Awesome. But yeah, like, what I would consider a dead game, and I love this game. I'm going to pick a game I absolutely adore. World at War. You cannot find matches, and if you go on, you might find a match here or there, and you can see the little number. There's like maybe 300 people playing it at any given moment. I would say World at War is a dead game. Good luck playing that one consistently.
But you can always play it offline. And you can always like the stream, subscribe, and great donations. Cool. Consider becoming a channel member. Channel member gifted the Patreon option and the Discord for stream alerts. There's also the Amazon store affiliate link. I just want to clarify the cowboy hat thing. It's a group effort to pay for the cowboy hat. And what I've done is the streams are like 4 hours. If you want me to wear a silly hat the whole stream, $10 an hour. I think is okay. But I am open to people's opinions on this. Anyways, that's my thought there. I don't think it's too crazy. Same with the cat ears. But it does cost more because it's a group goal. Well, it's like, okay, so on like YouTube, when we do the goals in the chat thing, it's like I can't make things cost like 30 or 40 bucks. I don't think it's 30. I can make it cost like 10 or 2, 5, 10, 20, or 50, I think is the options. I can't like... Oh yeah, we're gonna have to go and do regular, man. There's like nobody here.
Alright.
And it's like, I can't make the prices different, if that makes sense. So it's more just having that up there to introduce people to the cowboy hat concept.
Would you want to try a galactic assault to mix it up or no?
No, we're not doing that. I don't want to give the people what they want.
Fair enough.
We do supremacy in this chat thing. You're playing single player, doesn't matter, right? But it's just mostly for this game that they're like, oh, it's dead, and they're all mad. And I think they just want it for free on like PS Plus or Game Pass or something, which I get, but like, I don't know. Sometimes it's just like $30 is way too much for this. But I was like, well, what more do they need to give you? Like a campaign, a horde mode, online multiplayer and offline multiplayer, split screen, bots, dozens of customizable things that you can work to unlock for free. Like, what more do you want? But I mean, I guess, Dean, for 10, I could give you 10 minutes of cowboy hat if that's what you're after. I'm very open to these kind of things if you guys, you know, use your words, partner. Using Steam numbers. Yeah, that's the thing, too, is I don't love the obsession that gamers have right now with the Steam numbers. Like, I know Steam numbers matter a lot, but like, it's a rough like estimate.
It doesn't show every platform. That's the #1 thing.
Yeah.
Like, especially for MCC, when I can point out that MCC has 1,500 people on at this time of night. You would think like, oh wow, it's up there with like the niche shooters and that. But what's it? Most MCC players, I can't remember what stat it was, but it was like a staggering amount play on Xbox. So
we're off a Game Pass on PC too. That's not tracked for Steam.
Exactly. So like, it is not a proper showing at all. But I will say right now, it is the only statistics I can consistently find to make comparisons.
Yeah.
So like, it's not concrete, but it's a good frame of reference.
It's a good place to base your statistics off of, but like, it's not the ends all bees all. But like, it's really weird because there'll be like a news headline where it's like, you know, oh, this game's died and it's lost 50% of its player base, and it's like on day one, obviously the numbers are going to be really inflated, and then something else comes out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. You get the day one inflation. And then I think the impressiveness is to show the long term how many people stuck with that. Because, like, how many, especially with shooters, there are so many options for shooters. And then the obvious choices of, like, Call of Duty. You know what I mean? So it's like, not only are you not playing what's brand new coming out right now, that's different, and you're not playing Call of Duty, you have specifically gone back to play Insurgency. That's impressive that Insurgency can have 3,000 to 5,000 people on at any given moment, because, well, yeah, how many other games or shooters specifically are there to play? You know what I mean? Like,
there's so many things competing for your time these days.
Yeah.
So much stuff. My movies are suffering.
And also,
partner.
sorry. The any given moment too, I think is also so impressive too. Because how many people got on, played a match, and got off too? Like, if you can see a game on Steam has 5,000 people throughout the whole day, well, it's actually more of tens of thousands of people got on to play. You know.
Yeah, it's hard to get those numbers, and like, it's just kind of impressive. But like, man, people were just so down on that game, and I'm like, it's just kind of fun. Like, even if you jumped on it every now and then, I don't know. Like, people are acting like they need the next Call of Duty out of an indie game made by like 5 dudes. Just want to make something fun.
I'd go onto the social media complaint, but it's the word of mouth has never been stronger. If a game came out in 2008, you would know it did well because you would see an article later about the sales numbers.
Yeah, they would tell you, like,
and then you would
after.
talk to your friends and you would mention, oh, have you played this game? And your buddy would go, oh, I haven't played that yet, and then you would go try it. That's how you knew. And then you'd be...
also, just to add to that, COD and Halo used to tell you.
Oh yeah, that's true.
You remember that?
Right?
You used to say that on the bottom of the corner of the screen. It'd be like, there's X amount of like millions of users.
People online, yeah.
Yeah. They
But
hide that now.
nowadays it's like, yeah. Where again in 2008, where YouTube really wasn't that big of a thing, especially for people like talking about games and that. But yeah, you'd have to go out of your way to read something. Where nowadays you can turn on TikTok, Instagram, whatever, and get feedback on a brand new game coming out right now. Have all the information, tell you it sucks, don't play it, and then get that cheap mentality of that we do as people of, oh, we all don't like this product even though I've never tried it. You know.
Yeah, it is a big year for single player. You're absolutely right there too, Dean. Like, you know how many games we've seen just pop off, like Expedition and crap, what was it? Kingdom Come 2. Kingdom Come 2, I actually thought it was more popular considering how much people talked about it. It hit, was it 3 million sales?
Oh yeah, no, I was so happy with how much it was talked about. But think about it, it's trying to be grounded, like late medieval night game. Like, yeah, I assume that's not going to be.
It's just the way that people talk
ever,
about it
right?
online, though. I figured it had like sold, you know, like 10 million or something. You get what I mean? Like, I thought it had.
Yeah.
I think Expedition
Very loyal player base.
33 actually sold 3.3 million units, and that debuted on Game Pass. So, like, not including Game Pass numbers, but that one actually sold 3.3 million. It's a little cheaper than Kingdom Come 2 is, but, like, just it's funny because, like, for the word of mouth on, like, Expedition 33,
you think it was, like, yeah.
You think it's like 10 million sales or something, like this is like smashing records. And it's like, yeah, 3 million is fantastic for Kingdom Come 2. Like, they made back their money already, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, absolutely. But, like,
the way they talk about it.
No, absolutely. Absolutely, dude. Like, just because I know the number, I remember hearing it was like in the first couple weeks or something like that, Battlefield 5 had sold 7 million copies. That was a failure.
Yeah.
And that was 2018. Yeah, that was an absolute failure. Everyone, oh my god, it's only sold 7 million. Like, again, yeah, you're talking 3 million for Kingdom Come and Beloved gets, which it deserves all of it, mind you.
Sure.
Sorry.
I think it's funny, too, that, like, the weakest COD has, like, almost doubled the sales of, like, the best running, like, Battlefields for sales.
Yeah.
Which blows
Oh,
my
it was
mind.
never a competition. It really was. Like, yeah.
They acted like it was, but yeah, it's the gap between the two of them is just like Battlefield's like an indie game versus Call of Duty.
Literally, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Which
not
is
even
funny
because
if you look at any of the other shooters, they're very small in comparison to Battlefield. Like,
yeah, it's like completely different things. Tainted Grail got buzz and it's 50. Yeah, that one. See, the interesting thing for that game, though, is I find that there's quite a lot of negative comments about that one, which quite fascinates me. Mostly due to performance and stuff, which I think is totally fair. Like, when I was working on that game, so I think I maybe mentioned it to you, Kevin. It's basically like an Elder Scrolls-like game. Very, very similar. But it's a King Arthur kind of thing instead. But, you know, the same style. You wake up in a jail cell, you break out, blah, blah, blah. And then you're in this big island, and you're like, you know, it's like an old Elder Scrolls game. But But like the game, when I was playing it ahead of launch to do video on, they were changing things like every day. The game would be changing, and it's so fucking hard to do a video on a game. And then I did a video based on the gameplay I had played early, but like on day one they changed all the graphic options for the game on console. And then, you know, I got another code for it on Xbox through my ID at Xbox list. So like my Xbox video then was like a video talking about the new modes. But then like 2 days after that, they added 4 more graphical modes to the game from the Xbox version. I was like, well, how am I supposed to cover this if it's like, you know, like changing this much? Yeah. And it's like, you know, I got people that are like really mad at me when I do like update videos on stuff. But I'm like, the game you play at like launch is so, like Stalker 2 for instance, the game I played like launch week is so radically different from what existed even a month after the game came out in terms of like performance, visuals, how it ran, the bugs, and yeah, it's just like, it's really hard to cover this stuff now because yeah, and people get really mad because I did the Red Dead 2 video. I'm still getting people whining about that. I'm clamping down on it because I'm tired of all the complaints, but
What are they complaining about?
oh, they're like, oh, you said it's an update video, which means it should have 60 FPS. And I'm like, you're just mad that it doesn't have 60 FPS. You're not mad at me, but it's like, they are pissed. So they're just like, oh, you know, if you're doing an update video to Red Dead, that means it's got 60 FPS. And I was like, no, it doesn't. My videos are so easy, Kevin. Like, literally, if it's like a 60 FPS update, I put it right in the fucking thumbnail and in the description and the title. It's... yeah, it's just annoying. I'm like, okay, I'm done with this chatter.
Yeah.
But it's like, yeah, the games are just evolving. So, like, Rainbow Six, like, obviously I'm going to have to re-review it for Rainbow Six X, but, like, that game's nothing like when it came out. Like, you know, the maps all look different, the characters all look different, like, it's plays differently. They're evolving so much.
Oh, absolutely. Just the difference in the game, like a lot of the way the gadgets went with it. I also think it's funny too on Siege, talking with the guys, that like there are strategies that everybody does now that you just wouldn't do before. Like one thing that drives me nuts is people put footholds in these walls all the time, but like if you're trying to set up further in the room, if someone gets down, they can see you and shoot you. But the whole idea is that you put this foot wall here because some esports guy did it before, and everybody knows that's exactly where you put it. Like
that's how you do it.
Yeah, like it's just the strategies have gotten so streamlined, you know, like.
So it's always the same thing that removes the predictability, or it makes it too predictable. Like
Yeah.
when we went and streamed it, was it a year or two ago?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I was. I told you it was weird because I was playing as Fuse and I was like, well, I used to be able to shoot through all these walls. Or I used to be able to put bombs through the ceilings on these walls, and they're all... That doesn't exist anymore. Like, the walls are literally, like, non-usable walls. And I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, and they went through and did, like, map reworks and that because someone was tired of getting spawn killed through here. But
yeah.
some of the spawn kills was, like, it was just perfect because you could sit out the window. And I liked making the joke too that if the game was truly about counterterrorism, which it really isn't anymore,
well, they took out the terrorists
shooting from the windows. All the sieges I've seen with special forces and that sort of scenario, they seem to shoot from the windows a lot. It's something you should watch out for, you know? Like,
yeah, it's just like fundamentally, it's not the game I played 10 years ago. It's not the game I played 7 years ago. Bold of me to assume people are reading, right? But it's like I just. You know, I do the best I can for giving people, like, decently accurate information on YouTube. And, like, you don't get ahead for doing that. And I've just kind of, like, said fuck it recently, but... seriously, it's just, like, I get that you guys want a Red Dead 2 update, but it's just, like... you know, am I not allowed to do update videos on games? Like, my previous Red Dead review for Series X, where I last talked about it, was, like, when the console launched in 2020. I'm like, it's been 4 or 5 years. I think I should be able to, like, revisit the game and talk about it again. It's like a reasonable amount of time, right? Like,
yeah.
I don't know. I've also learned though now I do update videos more frequently for big games. Like every time Stalker does an update, I'll do a video on it because it's like one of my most popular things, like Stalker 2. Like easy 10, 20k every time I do a video update on that game when they do a new update.
Sure.
Yeah. I've changed my method. Tainted Grail is zones like Avowed. It's not like open like Skyrim is, but it's comparable to what I would say is the older Elder Scrolls games, is the idea there. But it's just, that's what it feels like, the mechanics, the way you make choices, like, you know, doing this or doing that. It's actually kind of a neat game. You might like it, Kevin. Like, it feels kind of
I've seen
like,
a lot of attack videos on it, if you know what I mean. I don't know. I haven't played the game, but yeah.
The meme games. Okay, so that's the thing with the younger kids. Everything has to be an event now. So the younger kids are more built off of like hype moments or things that everyone's doing, which to be fair is things we've always, as people, been like, you know, oh god, what's Poltergeist, even back in the day, that was like a big hype movie, right? Like it was like,
yeah,
oh my
trends
god,
have always been around. It's just somehow we've streamlined trends.
yes,
if you know what I mean.
trends.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. So, like, for younger kids, they have access to less money than even my gen did. So...
Parents have less money,
yeah.
statistically. Sorry.
Yeah, so, like, the thing that has changed now, where, like, if you want... Like, people will still spend money and still do things, but they want it to be, like, a thing, an event. Which is why movies are really struggling, is because they don't have the younger kids watching movies generally. They'll only come out to movies when there is a thing happening. Like the Minecraft movie, for example. They all came out in droves, the younger audience, to go see that because of the stupid fucking thing where you throw popcorn, blah, blah, blah. But that's like a thing people are doing. It's trending. It's like, oh, my friends are doing this. I want to do this too. And the same thing works for these games, right? Some of them become like meme games where they, you know, are like a thing that people are doing. But that's the only way you get the younger audience now, is making it, everything has to be an event. Whereas I think our age group is more likely to try different stuff. If that makes sense.
It's also different. I like the whole point.
The culture changes.
Yeah, everything changes all the time. That's just a thing of humanity, right? Like, but like I think we were one of the last, us and maybe the people a couple years younger than us, I think we're the last ones that consistently went to the movies. Like, I went to the movies all the time.
Every week.
Every week. Yeah,
Every
I went
week.
all the time. My gal talks about the cheap movie theater going all the time. Everyone I know went to the movie theaters all the time. I do not know people who go to the movie theaters all the time now.
I had groups of friends that I could cycle through to go watch different movies with, and we always watched, like, I could just easily like text somebody and be like, yo, this movie, and they'd be like, yep.
Exactly. So like there's that. I talked before about it. I still go to that, like video gaming and that. You would hear about it, there would be a news article on it or whatever, but you would know you like that series, you would talk to your friends who like that series, and then you would be at a party and mention the game, and another guy would be like, yo, I play that too. Or again, now, yeah, like if you're a kid, you'll know instantly what game's popular, what game everybody's talking about. You're told
what is popular.
Exactly, yeah. Like it's.
Yeah.
I could totally see where it is. You're just bouncing.
Just
from
like you're
big
being
thing to
told
big thing.
to like the stream, subscribe. It's great. Donation's cool. Consider becoming a channel member gifted. The Patreon option and the Discord for stream alerts. Also, the Amazon store link. All that more in the video description below. I mean, I saw my chance there.
No, that was brilliant, dude. I love that. No, actually, I really like that. And obviously, probably used a lot, but I think that's perfect. There has always been trends, but yeah, we have streamlined them. You know what I mean? The next trend is it's on your phone. It's going to be told to you on your phone tomorrow, and you will hear.
It's also very hard to manufacture that too.
I think that's why a lot of things fail, because people try manufacturing trends in a lot of corporate things. So we're like, hey, we're going to try manufacture this, and then it absolutely does terrible. And they're like, oh my god, this barely worked. It's it does. It kind of happens naturally.
Yeah, it's a
But it's
very
something-
natural occurrence. It's the biggest thing I would go for movies would be like, you know how many times companies would try to get a barb and hopper thing going off again, and it's like, no, it doesn't just work. You can't force that.
Well, how well did Gladiator 2 do?
Not well.
Okay, well, that was absolutely forced. You know what I mean? Like, that was absolutely everybody. Oh my God, that's for it. Now, Minecraft. Obviously, Minecraft has a major name behind it. One of the biggest games, if not the biggest.
The biggest
ever.
game of all time.
There you go, the biggest game ever. So yes, it's not like this came out of nowhere. It has its huge backing, but the Minecraft movie, like,
the meme took it higher.
Yeah, that just worked out. Everybody jumped on that one. That's the word of mouth thing again. Which goes to influencers, if you will, the term.
Yeah. GTA 4 remaster rumors? There's been a lot of chatter where there is theoretically a remaster of GTA 4 kind of like sitting there or having been like worked on at some point, but like Rockstar is going to release something to fill the gap between the GTA delay, because obviously Take-Two needs money. So, like, I would personally throw my hat more, and I think there's going to be a $10 upgrade, Red Dead upgrade sitting there to be released at some point than a GTA 4 remaster. Because I don't know who would have worked on GTA 4 would be the issue, and, like, I know, like, Rockstar was really burned by working with Grove Street or whatever they were on the GTA remasters. So, like, I mean, in theory, another third party could have been working on it, but I'm just, like, I'm having trouble tracking who would have done that, because they're all hands on deck on GTA 6, right?
GTA 4 would be cool.
I'd love a GTA 4 remaster.
Yeah. Out of the old GTA, San Andreas was always my favorite, but I really like GTA 4. And I thought that one was kind of... What was missing out of GTA 5 was the crime doesn't pay storyline, because I remember we were back in high school, and I had my one really good buddy, and they mentioned in class about the classic thing of like, oh, violent video games, who needs them in society? They teach you nothing. And that's when he stood up and had the genius thing of San Andreas' storyline is crack tears apart neighborhoods. The whole thing of like crack is what had them all betray each other, all that is a horrible drug. It was an excellent theme in GTA, and he was absolutely right. GTA 4 is another one that I thought at that time, because that's what I was playing. It was like, yeah, the end of GTA 4, either your girlfriend or your cousin is going to die. Spoilers.
Kevin.
Right? But
okay,
yeah.
I did that bit today. I think Dabber posted the Switch 2. Someone got a Switch 2 early, and they did an unboxing. I was like, spoilers.
Spoiler, that's But yeah, with GTA 4, I got a kick out of that. That was that Nico and his lifestyle was going to get someone killed, and that's kind of a cheesy little. Yeah, it's a great message with it. Even if it doesn't click right away, that anyone who would play that would see that crime doesn't pay with it. GTA 5, I thought there was an absolute lack of that at all. Did I ever tell you how I finished GTA 5 the first time? I believe I have, though.
You might have mentioned it at some point. Aren't they disbanded? I think they rebranded.
Oh, sorry. Oh.
No, keep going. I just wanted to answer that one.
Oh, that's all good. With GTA 5, because I always had this overarching theme with GTA of like the punishment for your life of crime. So when the last thing came of like, oh, hey man, we got to take out Michael, or we got to take out Trevor as Franklin, and it's like, which one do you see? And I see the Death Wish option, and I thought, oh, okay, that's Franklin getting killed. And I thought, out of all the characters, obviously they're all out doing bad things, but like, Trevor's the worst. Trevor is absolutely the worst human being out of them all. Yeah. So I thought, okay, if one of these men have to die, I'm killing Trevor. And I remember doing the whole storyline, and when he gets caught on fire by the truck and he's screaming, "Judases, you've all betrayed me." I felt so bad killing this absolute murderer. But yeah, it really got me. I was like, oh, that sucked. Like, what a great story with it. And then it wasn't until like a year or two later, I was over at a friend's house, and like his cousin was playing GTA 5, and he was at that part, and he picked Death Wish. And I was like, oh, you're really going to kill Franklin? And he's like, what do you mean? Because he beat it a couple times. And he was like, watch this. And I saw the whole storyline where Franklin's like, hey, Trevor, Michael, I'll never betray my bros. And then they all like get together and destroy all the guys who were getting them back. And then at the end, they're all like literally high-fiving each other like an 80s movie of like, yeah, we got him. We did it, boys. I'll see you tomorrow. I was watching this like, what the hell?
Okay, best ending, man.
Oh, I felt so ripped off, dude. I was like, what the hell is this, you know?
Uncle Grievous?
Anyways,
Is that guy's name? Uncle Grievous? Sorry. No, I get what you
no,
mean.
that's okay, yeah. I'll always remember that, though. That was hilarious. That, yeah, it was like, what do you mean everyone can live and be happy, you know? Like, why would anyone kill Trevor or Michael then? Like...
Because they're sick like you, Kevin.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Everybody could have lived, all those bad guys. Well, it's neat that we... Like, multiple endings are really cool, because we don't really get that. Like, remember, like, Clue tried to do that, but, you know, I guess you haven't really had movies do that since or anything. Like, if you guys don't know Clue when it was in theaters, the idea was to get you to rewatch the movie in theaters over and over again. But, like, depending on what theater you went into, there was one of 3 endings for Clue that could pop up. But,
how pissed would you be if they never told what ending they were going to show, so you kept getting the same ending?
Well, of course they didn't tell you that was the idea, so you could keep rewatching. But it's funny enough to rewatch. But like, it's neat because then, like, if you had that now for a theater, imagine me going to a movie, you going to see the same movie, and being like, "Well, that didn't happen," but like it did because we watched different.
Absolute gaslighting your buddies to like, what the hell? We never watched the same movie.
What are you talking about? You didn't watch it. But like back, you couldn't pull that off now though, because you could just Google it. But back in the day, that would be a total thing where it'd be like, well, my ending was way different, and then it would be funny if you both went and you saw the third ending and being like, well, this is different than what I saw.
Yeah.
That'd be really entertaining.
Yeah.
Why is every mode third in person? Actually, nobody watched the video the other day, but I played, it's called Out of Sight, and it's a second-person video game. And I thought it was absolutely fascinating, because I was like, fuck, I cannot remember the second-person video game I've played before. But, like, what it is you see, you play as a blind girl, because you're stuck in you're a little girl, and you're stuck in this mansion or whatever. And they took your eyesight, I guess, or something happened to your eyes, they don't work. But your teddy sees. So you play the game through the vision of your teddy bear, and you have to plant the teddy bear in the environment to solve puzzles as you play as the little girl. And I was like, fuck me, I can't think of another second-person game I've ever played.
That's kind of neat.
Right? Can you think of any second-person?
No, I can't. That sounds unique.
Like,
I like that.
Genuinely different. I was like, oh, damn. Because you set it down, then you go and do the... But you always have to come grab your teddy bear, right? Because that's how you see the world. I can't believe we lost it.
That's actually really cool. That was the one thing that blew me away with It Takes Two. Is like, yeah, go figure. There's only so many things that I believe you could do. You know, so that you keep seeing button mashers, role-playing games over and over. But It Takes Two, that was so unique, even just visually, how it kept switching and all that. And it was so cool that game experience of something I could say I don't think I've ever played before.
You think about Split Fiction?
Oh my god, Split Fictions. I'm saying It Takes Two. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Split Fiction. My bad, dude.
No, close enough. I got what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Second person view doesn't make sense. But it does, though, right? Because, like, if you see through the perspective of another character, that's second person. Fascinating, eh? But, like, can you think of any other second-person games? But that's what that is, right? A second-person game. You use the teddy bear to see through, and that's the perspective that you see as someone else's, but you're the character. And I thought I was just like, oh my god, that's so cool. Is there, like, a little dog thing in here? Is that alive? No, that's just a planet. Is that slug alive? I can't tell if this is a pet or just the thing that's inside of this. That was kind of confusing. Let's see if I miss anything in this chat. Younger kids. I do okay with the younger audience, actually. I do well in the prime audience, which is 18 to 24 and 25 to 34 or something like that.
All the people with me.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. Is like the only audiences that matter I do really well in. Specifically, majority U.S. Male. Like for gaming, I hit actually the perfect demographic that you want to be successful. I mean, obviously, you know, more demographics, more viewers, blah blah blah. But like, yeah, no, I do.
You want to reach everybody, but yeah.
Yeah, I do perfectly well. Actually, it's very hard to track younger people on YouTube because of all those laws that came in. So YouTube can't even. I mean, sure, I'm sure YouTube is tracking, but like legally, YouTube can't even really track under children anymore, right? 'Cause, like cookies and stuff, they're not allowed to do that because of the child protection laws. So it's hard to actually get a measurement of how many people accurately are like, you know, under 18 watching stuff. I'm sure there's lots, but you get what I mean. There is it's very hard to track that now. But yeah, I do very, very well in the actual demographic that I need to do well in. Yeah. Good for me. But yeah, like younger, like obviously you want future generations to keep watching your stuff so they stick around for longer. But like, as long as I keep that sweet spot of that age group continuously for, you know, ever, that's exactly what it's like.
Oh, I don't know about you, but that's personally the age group I'd kind of rather entertain myself, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, obviously it's YouTube. There's jokes we can't tell, so on and so forth. But yeah, I don't know.
What are you talking about? We're always this clean and sanitized every single day.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. I would never act differently outside of YouTube. Yeah.
Ow. And that's the truth, guys. Yeah. Thumbs up. No, but yeah, I do well in the metrics that matter. I mean, I'd love to get more like female viewers and stuff, but like it's just not this type of gaming stuff just is not like general. Every now and then I get a video that taps into the female audience very well. I had a Minecraft horse video.
Yes, yeah. I love that story.
Yeah, Minecraft horses and the Minecraft Frozen I did with my sister there that one time. And they, the kids were making fun of me because I didn't know the Frozen characters. And then the horses one, I was getting a lot of props from the young, I'm assuming young girls that were watching it, because they were like, oh, you know all the different, they were like, oh, you know about the equestrians, you know about the horse dance. And I was like, yeah. So like occasionally I get one of those, but in general, no, it's not. I just don't hit that audience. And it's okay. It's okay. Seriously, what is with my hair today? I think it's because I went for like walks or something multiple times. Probably the rain, actually. Anyways. Standing here is Anakin. There's no one to kill Kevin. So wait, are they attacking us again now?
Yeah, it almost always.
Man, this match going
I think we're, what, 1-3 tonight, if I remember properly?
Yeah. We can't win as the clones, it seems. No, we did win as the clones last time, right? Or no?
Before we were doing okay. Tonight we're doing horrible. I think our last one was our first one of the night there. But it's always, that's actually, every match has gone exactly this way, where we win the first one, we can't blow up the Separatist ship in the first try, and then they get their handed to them try, and then they get us.
Yeah.
It's just we were only able to defend the one time.
Yeah, I think that's happened like 3 times, right?
Yeah.
What is going on here? I don't know where my phone is.
Don't
Or the hat. Oh yeah, because I put the hat on. No, I think I was having weird hair stuff before that even. Some nights the hair is just like weird. I'm sure you've had that at some point in your life, Kevin, where there's some days where your hair is just like, what's going on with you?
Oh yeah, every now and then I'll get the weird Superman curl in my hair, but it doesn't look good on me at all.
Oh, the cowlick kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah, that kind of, yeah.
Okay, I have a really weird thing where like one side of my hair on my right side just flicks like upwards, like not one, but like a couple, and it's just like, it's so bizarre. Like on the side of my head where my temple is, it just like kind of like curls up. Like in theory, my hair is supposed to have like a nice flow to it that goes all the way out to the outside, but like, yeah, I'll just get this weird curl up and I'll just be like, what the fuck's going on? Anyways, that's the whole thing. Talking about My Little Pony? No, it was a Minecraft map that was in the Minecraft store. That was about horses. Because if you guys don't know the Minecraft store, they do all these different, like, they used to be mods, but now they sell them in the store. And one of them was like a horse pack, where, you know, it was like you get to live like a horse rancher life or something. And like, you know, that hits the female audience really well. So it's not My Little Pony, but it was like, you know, like horse thing, you know, you manage the horses, you brush the horses, and take care of them. And... yeah. That's what I was talking about.
Classic horse game. Come on, guys. Like,
okay, well, Filet, still like, I don't know what's going on here. Filet today on the Discord, he was posting. There's this Roblox game that popped up. Like, I guess there's two of them, and they're like gardening games. And what were the numbers? Oh yeah, they're larger than PUBG ever was. Like concurrent, was it 10 million people playing them or something? Yeah. Like they had like 10 million concurrent players in them or something, and they're these farming games. And I was like, well, the kids just yearn for fucking Harvest Moon. Right?
basically, yeah.
Yeah. That game's always been popular, and I know there's probably more of a female-driven audience behind those types of games that exist. We love doing that stuff.
Funny if it like appeals to like the evolutionary structure of like human beings. To farm or something like that. Something clicks in you where you want to
those
farm.
games have always been pretty female-driven. You know why? Because it's a fantasy life. You know, you get to go out and you get to farm and grow crops and take care of cute animals, and you get to have a significant other, and you know, you fall in love and you live a life. It's a very specific type of like simulation, and it's always done well. You know, similar to like Harvest Moon, Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing, you don't have the romance, but you get the idea, right? Like you're house living, you know. And fuck me, Animal Crossing is so accurate to life. You work really hard, you build up all your bells, and then Tom Nook takes them, and then you have to work back up to have all your bells back again.
Yeah.
And then you reinvest in your house to get another level, Kevin, and then you know Tom Nook takes more of your bells. And then you have to work
fits,
back
like, literally just muted and double checked. But yeah, my gal, she plays Animal Crossing. Like she played it a lot. Yeah.
Oh god. Friggin' hell, I let my mother borrow my Switch during COVID, like 150... 400, was it 400 hours? Something like that. It's fucking ridiculous.
Oh really? That's hilarious.
Yeah.
But then
she
again,
was bummed out I didn't
plays
do
a lot of
more.
Assassin's Creed. I don't know if that appeals to the female audience.
No, Creed does well with women. It does over-index there. That one in Gears I always found quite fascinating.
Yeah, weren't you saying Gears does well demographically?
Yeah, Gears indexes very well with women. I think it's the muscly dudes and stuff. Like, if there was one game I would say I always found couples playing, or like a guy that I played with, it was always Gears they would play together. Sup, Frost? How you doing, man? Game could get a next-gen update. I don't think it really needs one, does it? Runs at 4K 60. What more are you gonna do with it? Right? I mean, I guess that's something EA could do to provide to the community, but like, I guess give us higher textures? Like a proper 120 FPS mode that's native into the game? Like again, guys, they were selling this game on sale for like 20 bucks. I think we broke down the math in the Discord or something like that. They were selling over 20 bucks. After the Disney cut and stuff like that and the Microsoft cut, they make like $6 off a sale on this game right now. And it's like, you know, sure, some people are buying it, but I'm pretty sure EA is just like, ooh, free bit of extra money, and I don't think they really care that much. I mean, they threw us a, what, triple XP event or something? They're like, thanks, and that's, you know...
Probably the most you'll get out of them.
The most to get out of it. Actually, I'm surprised they don't have, like, an event going on, like, usually May the 4th, where it's like, oh, you can buy heroes cheaper. Like, I'm surprised that's not just, like, an ongoing thing right now. You know what I'm talking about? Where you can get, like, heroes for, like, half off, and... Yeah, anyways, they do that usually. The Second Life. Oh, I love when anything old and nostalgic that I play, we can come back and do some streams of, and people like... I always enjoy that. I mean, hell, you know, if they ever get those consoles on Game Pass, I'm sure we'll be sitting there doing, like, World at War and, you know,
Yeah.
800 hours in Animal Crossing? Nice. You run the turnip market. But yeah, I was gonna say my mother, she was really disappointed that people weren't really watching the Animal Crossing stuff because she's like, we got all this cool stuff you could show them, and I was like, you know, I can't get them to do it. I don't think I was streaming then though, really. Yeah, I don't think, like, I kind of started streaming, like, I think a little bit, like a year into COVID or something. When we were doing Warzone, was I streaming at all?
No, that is like just after is when you started.
Yeah.
No way. We pushed them so far back that everybody started charging, and now nobody's back there defending.
I just killed Maul.
Dude. Cool.
I'm gonna try to kill Boss. I got Bosk. Okay, Bosk and Maul are down, so... What, there's no one defending our positions at all?
No,
like,
there's no
killing
one.
the heroes and the villains.
You know what? Like, everybody like, oh, they fixed this game. And you know what? It is so fun. This mode is cool. But, no, you know what? With this game mode, it's literally... You can dominate with tanks. That's literally how I just cheat the system and kill everyone all the time.
The Droidicas just came in there
the balancing effect of... Yeah, well, the balancing effect of these ships, it's not even even. It's not an even fight. I don't know if they did it just because people were complaining about infinite matches or whatnot, but, like, it is so easy for the other team to capture the point after doing a defense. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of issues with this game mode, dude.
Well, I mean, they just kind of threw it together really lazily for us, and,
Right.
to be fair, you know, they always intended these matches to be uneven. Remember Battlefront 2015, they straight out came and said that one side has the advantage against the other in most maps.
Oh, I guess. If as long as that's admitted, I'm fine with that.
Did you ever hear that about the Galactic Assault, or the Walker Assault?
The Walker Assault? No, I didn't know that. That's
yeah,
actually
it's
neat.
literally every single match is tipped in one team's favor based on the level.
We get the Republic all the time today.
It's all people like.
No, I like that. I don't mind being
$10 on sale on PlayStation. So yeah, I mean they're gonna, you know, for $10 for freaking Switch, they get, what's the math on that? The 36. They take home 40%, so they get like $4 on people buying it. So like, I don't think EA
This
is
is not
like,
even worth it.
Yeah, it's. I'm sure EA is just like, yay, free money, it's cool. And it's like, it's more goodwill for EA, which they like more than anything. But like, they really don't care that much, honestly.
I don't mind. Sorry, thinking I do like maps though, where it is kind of tilted to one side, and I'll always try to take the hard side. One of my favorite was Battlefield 1, the Verdun map. That was so fun,
That map's
dude. Oh man, and you try. Not only was the map gorgeous, but like to play Grand Operations as the Germans, it was almost impossible to win that one. So I always pick the Germans for that one, and I never won a single game when you had the basic. I can't remember. It was like 200 or 300 tickets, but I never won a single match of Grand Operations with that. And then it was like a couple weeks in, they knew it was so lopsided that was the only Grand Operations where they upped it to 500 tickets per wave, just so then the Germans actually had a chance to push through. But yeah, I loved the challenge of that one, dude.
Kevin likes Dark Souls. We're due for a Battlefront 3. Well, it's not like there's a resurgence of Star Wars movies or anything like that. If they ever actually get into like doing a proper like new trilogy or something for that, I'm sure they'll. As I said for a long time here, like, well, I guess as of recent, like eventually we will get another Battlefront, but it's not going to be Battlefront 3. Like they'll have another studio come in and do a different interpretation of it.
See, but wouldn't that be interesting, because Star Wars is in such a bad place right now that not only does EA not really have interest in it, not only did this game when it came out take such criticism to kind of put a halt on putting another one, that Star Wars, there's no new movies really coming out. It's not super big and popular for demand. Disney owns it, so for the amount of money you'd have to pay Disney just to put out another one, and Disney probably doesn't care, or wouldn't care necessarily right now because Star Wars isn't doing well. Like,
Someone will take a crack at it.
I would hope, and you think eventually, but yeah, as of the moment, do you see someone taking a crack at it anytime soon, though? You
Someone
know,
will.
like,
Not EA. Someone will.
Your objective is
For a company out there, it could be a way to like make a name for themselves. Blah blah blah. I get that these kind of games would take a lot of demand, but I'm sure someone would take a crack at it eventually, but not anytime soon.
That's all my thought is not.
I could see
anytime
Disney
soon.
funding it themselves at some point.
Really?
Yeah, I can actually see Disney doing that, being like, okay, no one's doing this, we need to like get some. You know, like Disney used to have like they were a publisher in gaming up until 2015, 16. They were losing too much money because they were making dumb decisions with like Disney Infinity and stuff like that, and then Disney got rid of everything, and then like a year later Disney was like, oh damn it, we need to go all in on gaming, and it's like, well, you just shut your whole gaming publishing division. Anyways,
Oh, I didn't know that. Let's see.
yeah, they were a major publisher. I used to get the Disney Infinity stuff, like Disney Infinity 3. They used to send me the full box of like all the toys and that. Right towards the end of it dying, which was hilarious. Finally got a contact there, and they were a big presence at like the E3 show floor, like, you know, equal level with like Warner Brothers. Yeah, they were a publisher for a bit, quite a bit actually. Yeah. Regretting your Switch. I can't believe you actually like canceled your Switch pre-order there, Dean. Like it's so hard to get like a hand on that right now. I've like I said, I've talked to some people. I'm pretty confident I am for sure gonna be able to get my hands on one this week. But for a lot of people, it's, you know, it's like.
What is it, that big right now? Or
Oh,
what?
it's fucking huge. They're predicting it's going to be the single biggest console launch in history. They're talking like 4 million units on the first day at least.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, the biggest ever was the PS4 that did, I think, 3 million. Yeah, they're doing at least 4 for the Switch too. For all the complaints, it sure seems people
They want it.
they
That's
want
fine.
it. People want a Switch too. I just wish it wasn't this week. It's just like, it's such a bad week for it, for me. You know, like the house stuff, like it's just like, ugh. Because it's like, I don't know, like if the Switch is doing like crazy numbers on videos for me covering it, like I want to like buckle down and just work, and it's like, it's hard to like move everything and set everything up and like keep working, and yeah, it's just a bad week for it. It was literally like a week earlier, a week after, it'd be perfect. But like, why does it always have to be the same week? You tried to get one, it didn't happen. I would, like, honestly, Astral and stuff, go to pick out a store that's either doing an early morning, or, well, actually, you know what? Pick out a store that's doing an early morning opening, and like go to it in the morning, and I think you'll be able to get one. I'm hearing that stores are having a decent selection of Switch 2s in store that aren't pre-order like occupied, and I think that would be probably your best bet for it. The midnights are just going to be a pain in the ass. Don't even bother for stores doing that, but find a store that's doing morning only, like not a midnight, and then go and you'll have your best shot. But you got to be there like the second it like opens, if not sooner. So. But yeah, because like it's neat here too, Kevin. Like I didn't even know this, and I would have maybe had a better chance at a pre-order. Like they're selling it at like London Drugs, Staples, you know, like
Really?
places.
Just everywhere? They're all, yeah.
Yeah, but strangely not, like Toys R Us isn't doing it anymore, which sucks because that's how I got my like Switches back in the day, was through Toys R Us. But like, yeah, they're not doing that anymore. But like weird stores that you wouldn't think of, like the Shoppers Drug Mart has the, or was, I don't know if they were doing pre-orders, but like, yeah, they were doing pre-orders. Even Costco was doing pre-orders. I didn't even think that Costco would be doing that kind of a thing, but yeah, Costco was doing pre-orders. Yeah.
I think that's kind of funny. Toys R Us not doing that, because you think that's like for
They stopped
a
doing
company
games.
that's not doing too well. You think you'd still kind of go on that trend, you know?
Toys R Us is doing well in Canada.
Oh, I thought it was doing well at all.
No, this is the last I checked, it was doing okay.
Okay, sure.
Maybe it's changed, but yeah, they stopped doing gaming altogether. Like it's gone, and they're changing it because the guy who owns Toys R Us owns like HMV and stuff, so they're trying to like redo like Babies R Us carries Toys R Us now, but they're trying to like revitalize it with other stuff. Yeah, canceling pre-orders. Yeah, I didn't hear anyone impacted by that. I thought Dean was, but then he posted that he canceled it. I was like, dude, you kind of regret it. You should have asked the Discord before making that choice on behalf of everyone else.
Why did Dean cancel? I just like lack of interest, or
I think he just doesn't feel like he probably needs it. I don't know. He could probably explain in the chat or something, but that was my assumption. I'm just like, it's a hot ticket item. Which again, because of how people, you know, how everybody was acting recently, where it's like, oh, don't buy the Switch 2. Nobody's gonna buy it. And it's just like, I'm getting a good chuckle too, because there's still a lot of people under the impression that like next-gen consoles are gonna be affordable. And yeah, no.
Why, you think it's gonna get really pricey or what?
Oh yeah, no, these are luxury devices. Yeah. I mean, this is the first gen where the prices have gone up twice on the consoles over the gen. And like the Switch 2...
So what, are we getting to the point where you should just get a PC at that point?
They're still going to be affordable, because the PC components will go up too, but like the Switches are like... How much are the Switches? They like 600, 700 Canadian or something like that. I think they're like 600 US for a Switch 2, isn't it? My phone's charging right now, so I don't have it on me to like check that stuff. But like, I think the Switch I'm gonna grab is like $1,000.
Wow. Okay. Because yeah, like from what I can see, at least for the last couple years, like 1,500 to like 1,200, you can get an okay PC build. You know what I mean? Like,
but I'm just like, the family market's just priced out for Switch at that point, right?
Yeah. But still, that's kind of
a free hot dog.
If you're getting,
sorry, with the Costco, buy a free hot dog. Oh, it's $4.50 US. Is it that cheap? I thought it was more than that.
Okay, that's reasonable. Cause like
yeah, that's reasonable.
I don't know. Even if it was like the way things have all gotten more expensive, if it was like okay, it's like 600 now or something, but like that like 400 or 500 range, that makes sense why you would have consoles then, because well, you can play your games, it's not as pricey as a PC. Sure, PC you get better value, but not everyone's got that money. 630. Okay, so I don't think that's necessarily.
And 700 if you buy the Mario Kart ones. That's what I'm grabbing.
Okay, that's much more pricier. That's sad to see it going up like that. But okay, yeah, that's not. If it was $1,000 a piece, though, it is kind of like, well,
kind of getting
put $200 in and like get yourself like an okay PC, you'll be fine.
Maybe I'm thinking of the Pro. How much was the Pro? Was it 11 for the Pro? I think the Pro was 11, wasn't it? Maybe I'm way overthinking these prices. Pro. PS5 Pro Canada.
For people's wallets, I hope you are. You know?
No, it says 900 for the Pro here. Or 959? Oh, depending on if you bought the disc or not. 959 with the disc. So it's like 1,000 after tax, right? Like, because there's tax like 630. What would be the tax on the Switch there? 630. $31. So they're looking at like 650 for a base Switch with tax. Anyways, so because like the next Xbox, they're not they're not gonna subsidize it or whatever. So we're gonna, and it's supposed to be the most powerful Xbox ever. We're gonna look at more expensive prices. Pray for the Canadian economy. Our economy actually exceeded GDP expectations, but that's because of the heavy immigration they were doing over the last year. It's kind of inflating our numbers. But yeah, we beat projections by 2%. I think they said like a week ago or something like that. So I guess our economy is doing fine technically, but we're, like I said, we're really hiding it because we just keep like importing people like crazy. So we're off-putting a recession by just Like, we're technically in a recession, but we're not because we've brought in so many people. It's kind of like a bad... You know, like China, theirs is like a bubble of... oh god. Real estate bubble, right? Is their kind of thing?
Yes. Yep.
So, like, ours is an immigration bubble. So, yeah. 'Cause, like,
One of my favorite comments I've ever heard is GDP doesn't necessarily equal standard
no,
of
but
living.
it's a metric
know?
that you use as
Yeah.
blah 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 blah. Yeah, but we did beat expectations by 2% or whatever.
I don't know.
All I know is it's
Obviously.
harder for people here right now.
Yeah. Well, I like that one point. A lot of discussions, like even talking to a mutual buddy, that like there's the whole thing of like, oh well, we did such the hurt, like especially the last 5 years, and it's like, yeah, that's every country in the world.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like hopefully, as we start to get out of this, I don't know.
It should get worse.
Maybe.
That's what the
yeah.
numbers are saying. Yeah. More the exchange rate that's really fucking us over. Yeah, it's not even an economic thing. Better to play in third or first. Okay, so this one is always funny for me to answer with Kevin here. So I played the original Battlefronts in third person. I play this one in first, but Kevin plays this one in third and plays the original ones in first.
Yes. Which is funny, yeah.
Which is very funny that it's absolutely reversed. I play Guitar Hero weirdly too, actually. I've mentioned this before. I don't know if I mentioned it to you specifically, Kevin, but I play lefty flip reverse.
You do the lefty flip?
No. Okay, but so my buddy that I learned to play Guitar Hero with or whatever. He's left-handed, so I learned to play left-handed, but I play the notes regularly. So,
really?
So like on the screen, green would be on the far left, but for me it's on the right because I play it left-handed and then I play it reverse. Because you should do a lefty flip, but I don't do the lefty flip. So I technically play it lefty flip backwards.
Okay, if you were to play goalie, what hand would you put your glove in?
Left.
Left. See, that's hilarious. I'd rather the glove on my right hand. I'd rather the stick on my left and to catch with my right hand. It just feels natural to me.
And you're right-handed?
Yeah, and I'm right-handed, yeah.
Okay.
Weird though, right? Because I've always heard that, yeah, you should have your stick in your right hand. And like when I use a right-handed stick whenever I'm playing, but yeah, for goaltending, I'd much rather catch with my right.
I always heard you were supposed to use the stick to tap that like button.
Oh!
Subscribing's great donation. It's cool. Consider becoming a channel member or what? No way, channel member gifted. The Patreon option, the Discord for stream alerts, and the Amazon store affiliate link. But the funniest thing, too, was eventually realizing that I had learned to play the Guitar Hero guitar that way.
Yeah, I think that's interesting that you, yeah.
Because I just, like, followed what my pal was doing, and then I saw other people doing it, and I was like, oh, fuck, it's like an actual guitar. I'm not supposed to play it this way. So I can't even, like, if I've tried using an actual guitar before. I can't do it the other, like, the proper way. I have to play it like it's lefty flipped. Like I'm left-handed. Yeah. GDP is just an indicator. It is. But that's what I was saying is, like, our GDP is 2%, but it's, like, a false 2% because it's so backed by, like, it's more people spreading out the hurt. On average, we're poorer than we used to be. But because there's more people, our numbers are better. So it's like a fake thing. Hockey is get the hell out of here, Zero. You're supposed to have a beer and watch hockey, and you'll love it.
Hockey's, I think it's the best sport in the world. If hockey didn't exist, I would say the NFL, like American football, but no, man.
Unbelievable.
I'm sorry.
Zero.
I will die on that hill. It is the fastest sport.
Yeah, it's the best to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I miss the Rock Band Guitar Hero era too. And it's funny too, because like when I think about it reflectively, Man, I was buying like 8 freaking games a year that were like music games.
Oh, it was a neat era. Yeah, what was it? There was the Metallica rock band, the Green Day rock band, which I absolutely love. Like, they had rock bands specifically just for an entire band's playlist.
Oh,
You know,
Metallica
like-
was Guitar Hero.
Oh, was it Guitar? Okay, honestly, I could never care between the difference. I just know one came out with the guitar first.
Well,
I mean, their
Harmonix
drum
like
set.
made Guitar Hero, and then they had issues with Activision, so then they went to EA, and then they made Rock Band.
Ah.
Which, fun fact, I love to throw out, before Hogwarts Legacy came out, Rock Band was the last game that was not Call of Duty or a Rockstar game that was the #1 game in the US.
Really?
Yeah, so that record stood since 2007. Rock Band was the #1 game because of, you buy the kit, right? So it costs more than buying like Call of Duty. You get what I mean? Like buying the drums and all that was like $200, right? So you were buying that, so they made more money off of that. But then it took, was it 23 was when Hogwarts Legacy came out? So that was a record that stood for like ever, like 15 years or so.
That's funny. Harry Potter too. That's the one that did it.
People fucking love that game, man. Or they
I
love
think
Harry
that's just
Potter.
yeah. I really like the bit that it's such a millennial like staple.
Oh, it definitely is.
Yeah, millennials just love Harry Potter. I even got a kick out of that school setting. Go figure where all the people, like the educators around our age, they were all obsessed with Harry Potter. It was like, yeah, go figure, you went into education. You know, like, yeah.
You had your gal play that one too, right? The Hogwarts Legacy.
Yeah, she played it for a bit, and then she just completely stopped, and I don't know why.
Did she do the Kyo Guard?
I don't...
Like Sonic had the whole guard thing with the Gyos, the Gyos, You have that in Hogwarts where you can like breed animals and stuff. Like a whole system in that. Call of Duty could do Battlefront 3. Again, they wouldn't do Battlefront 3, they'd reboot it. But yes, my mind has gone and lingered that Activision, Call of Duty devs could make a pretty sick Battlefront. Because like I always thought Battlefront was more like COD than Battlefield, personally, back in the day. But yeah, I think especially with now having like 64-player like match setups for Call of Duty with vehicles and stuff, I think they would actually nail the Battlefront. But they would never do it because it's not financially incentivized for them.
They'd have to... I don't know. Maybe they could. They'd have to redo a vehicle system, because the couple times they've had vehicles, even when they had it in, what was it, 2019, they were very cheesily done.
They've gotten better between entries, but
And
it's
then
a
they'd
glitched
have to do- they've never
ATRT.
really
Oh,
had-
it's gone.
They've never really had any sort of Air Force thing before.
Yeah, but like, do you need that in this?
Not in this, but I think it lacks in every game that doesn't have it. That's the one thing I wish they really had in Squad and Hell Let Loose is the Air Force, and I've heard it from a lot of people.
I think COD can make a fucking killing just doing a Star Wars skin. I'm actually really surprised that they haven't been able to work something out with Disney to do like a themed thing with like Stormtroopers you could buy or something. I bet that'd make just a fucking killing. Chowa? It's just pronounced Chow? Chow Garden? Chio Garden? I always thought it was Chio. Kyo Garden? I don't know, anyways, that's the thing. This guy coming in here with his Sonic facts. Oh, sorry.
Clanker transports are almost done boarding.
The one Sonic fan. Live and learn. Man, Sonic 3 was freaking awesome, that movie. God damn it, dude. Did you watch that, Kevin? Did you watch any of the Sonic movies?
No, I haven't watched any of the Sonic movies. I never really played them as a kid, so they just don't hit with me.
Alright, because like I did Sonic Adventure 2 when I was like a kid. Like my sister and I were like huge on Sonic Adventure, like specifically Sonic Adventure 2. We used to play like a fucking ton of that. So I went with her to the I brought her to the screening of the movie, and we were like, holy fuck, because they adapted it like 1-to-1 into the movie. Basically, I was like, oh. Well, I mean, like, not 1-to-1, but they got the story right and stuff, and I was like, this is just like the game, but it's on the big screen.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I think I've told you this a couple times. I was a little bit of a prude growing up with when it came to like gaming.
What a
You know,
shock
like,
to
I-
Millicent aspirations.
Well, one of the first games I remember actively, which like I think I would have been like 4 or 5, was StarCraft. And that's where I always get kicked when I hear like people like, oh, I won't let my kid play that type of game. And I'm like, fine. It's like, okay, if you don't think your kid can handle it, whatever. That's your call. But I've always played that sort of thing. So when I saw people playing like Sonic and Mario, by the time I was playing Halo, I just remember being a kid thinking like, why? Like, you're wasting your time,
awesome,
dude.
man.
Go drive a warthog, you know? Like,
My earliest game was like Civilization 2 at like 4 years. I remember playing that.
yeah, Civ would do.
I wasn't really playing it as to say, it was more like I was invited to like get a character. My earliest gaming memory, outside of playing the Millennium Falcon Star Wars game setup, which I've shown on the stream before, but was getting, my dad let me have an elephant in Civilization 2. I took one move, and then a barbarian village came out and stabbed my elephant, and he's like, oh, that's the end of it. And then I had to lair it.
That's awesome.
He's like, I'll make you an elephant. I was like, yay, war elephant. I took one turn and the fucking barbarians killed me. I remember being so sad. I was like, okay. And then I left. I have a very interesting dynamic with my father. Yeah. But I distinctly fucking remember that. I mean, how could you forget? The movie's cinematic master. It really was quite amazing. Yeah, COD. Yeah, I mean, if they can make a Battlefront that feels just like COD, I mean, that's, you know, bread and butter of shooters, right? So, like, if it could feel that good and be a Battlefront, like, it just, in my mind, I can just see what I think of Battlefront and just, like, apply that to COD, and I think it'd be a winning recipe, but they'd probably never do it. I saw the Dexter Rebirth show, and then... Yeah, have you ever watched Dexter, Kevin?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, well, I didn't watch the original stuff, and I was like, you know what, there's a new Dexter show coming on, I'll get into it. And it's like him and his kid, and I was just kind of like, it wasn't really great, but I was like kind of watching it week to week, and then like, they end the show, the new show, with him dying, like his kid, so that his kid can escape or whatever. He shoots Dexter in the chest, and like, the end shot is Dexter bleeding out in the snow. Well, you know, everybody loves Dexter. There's a new season coming out. And he just, like, wakes up in a hospital, and he's like, oh, guess I didn't die.
Oh, that's how they did that? That's hilarious.
Yeah. He, like, wakes up smiling. He's like, I'm not dead yet. And then he goes, I mean, it's like a whole new season. But, I don't, like, the teaser, it kind of showed, like, it's gonna be, like, a league of serial killers, and I think he's gonna go kill them. But they got, like, Christian Ritter as a serial... Ritter? So he's a serial killer. Neil Patrick Harris. Some other people. I'm like, oh, okay, this is neat looking. And then the person that, like, brings all these serial killers together is Peter Dinklage. And I was like, okay. So they're doing some stuff, right? Like, yeah. There you go. I didn't watch the prequel thing with the kid when he's a kid. I don't really care about that stuff. I'm not that into it, but anyways. Yeah, I guess he wasn't really dead. Well, I thought it was pretty shocking to bring back a character, you know, after that many years and just like, you know, kill him right away. Or to kill him like that, right? It's just like, what the hell? Sonic 3 was bad. Zero? You're just coming in here with a lot of L's, and I'm not taking you sass here.
That's funny.
Coming in here with just like L after L, man.
They did the same thing. Everybody pushes up because they're like, "Oh, hey, we're getting them," and then the
they come behind
forces
us.
come in around the side. Yeah, and now nobody's here.
I'm seeing it right now. Does this
Yeah.
game have like a indication thingy to be like, go here? Do we have
you
that?
just see it's flashing.
Yeah, I see it absolutely getting eviscerated.
What a joke, dude. Yeah. Anyways.
They can't keep getting away with this.
Everybody's still fighting up here. Like,
Star Wars Rebels? Oh yeah, that's Kevin's favorite piece of Star Wars. He likes that no one fights about it, and he doesn't have to think too hard about it.
I like anything where I don't have to think. It's hard.
Yeah. Kevin's second favorite part of Star Wars is the Clone Wars movie that introduces Ahsoka. He loves Baby Jabba. I can't believe we lost like this. This is some straight up garbage.
Yeah, dude.
This man.
This sucks.
This has happened every match now.
Yeah.
All we can do is hope we bought the crew enough time
You've
to get
got to be kidding me.
I had 116 kills. It didn't mean squat. Ridiculous.
You did really well. Maybe you should get out of those vehicles and help us capture the fucking positions, Kevin. Ugh.
No, actually, I never watched Rebels or the Clone Wars. I've talked about it with friends who have watched it.
The opening of the Clone Wars is really hard to get into, but it's a really
I tried
good,
with the Yoda thing and the whole challenge with the diplomat or whatever.
Like it's really good if you like the episode 3 because it really rounds it out. Yeah.
Wow. Oh, hey, something different? Oh my god. That's a shock.
I know Scarif, right? I was gonna comment on that. I was like, oh damn.
Well, I can't
Oh,
believe all these
God.
kids weren't just like, it's not Clone Wars and got off instantly.
I wanted to make another joke too about this game I played yesterday. There's a video up on the channel for it. There's Baby Jabba. Yeah, man, if you've not seen the Clone Wars movie that they did, holy crap, is that a special film in Star Wars history. Ahsoka, who I think is literally one of the best characters in Star Wars, she sucks in that movie. She's like a little bratty kid, and they have like a baby Jabba that they're taking care of. It's fucking crazy, that movie. Like, I recommend watching it because you'll be like, what the hell is this? And I can't believe that
That's
kickstarted
funny.
like a great Star Wars show because like it is weird. Anyways, I want to talk about the game I did today. It's Eternal Evil. And like it's basically it's just, you know, they were inspired by Resident Evil, but it's just fucking Resident Evil. And like you're walking in, it's first person, blah blah blah, and I think it's like a glitch or something like that. And it's the women, so you're fighting zombie vampires, or what they're called. Zombie vampires. They're just zombies, but they're zombie vampires because, you know, you gotta be different. And, like, they're using, I think, anyways, the engine they're using, whatever, the shirts that the women are wearing are very floppy, and the breasts kept popping through their shirts.
Okay.
Like, you know, like a
Piqued my
fabric
attention.
that's, like, buggy. And you keep just seeing through it. And I was just like, god damn, every time I was looking at a woman in that game, I had to like try to like tilt my camera. Because the breasts were just popping out of the shirt. I was like, god damn, I can't have this on YouTube. And then there's like another game I played the day earlier where you're a woman in a test tube under the water, like one of those like, oh, there's sharks and there's monsters in the water things, blah blah blah. And, like, you look down, and you start the game, you're completely naked, and you can just see the tips of her breasts. I was just like, fucking god damn it. So I've had to do a lot of editing recently on some of these videos.
That's hilarious.
But I was just like, god, you know, like, regularly, I wouldn't even care. I'd be like, oh, that's good, whatever, you know, realistic, blah, blah. But, you know, I do these videos on YouTube, I'm like, for fuck's sakes. Anyways, that was my big thing. Yeah, there's Baby Jabba. I remind you... Really, Laurie? Sheldon from The Big Bang? That's insulting. I can read social keys fine. That guy literally... That's so annoying. Like, character can't, like, read social keys at all. Okay, so, fun tip on this map. Literally just play as the Death Trooper.
Oh yeah, Death Troopers are cool. I even love with the Rebel Alliance Ewoks. Because you can, like, run in through the bushes and that, and you're hard to hit. And the way the arrows just, it's like a walk-on aimbot, dude. Just awesome. I wish people liked the Galactic Civil War in this game mode more. I actually prefer it over the Clone Wars.
Hoth is gorgeous.
Yeah.
But yeah, like on this map, you just keep playing as the Death Troopers and you just annihilate people because that gun is so powerful. It's absolutely ridiculous. Finally got that unlocked. Like, you just can tear people up on this map. It's funny because this map was like a late DLC for the first game and they just ported it over to this.
Yeah.
But not any of the freaking Bespin maps. What a piss off. Yeah, Bespin is best, guys. I showed it off in the stream last week when we did Battlefront 1. Bespin is really good. Was it during the Halloween stream? What was during the Halloween stream? The game most? No, not a Halloween stream, just a video I did. It's called Eternal Evil. It released this morning, and then the other one was called... It was my one of my Saturday videos. It was Submersed 2 or something. Yeah, but if you watch the video, you'll see I've like one of them I did with a blur on YouTube because I was kind of like iffy, and then people were like, "Oh, you were getting flashed by that creature," and I was like, "Okay, so I better add a blur to this." But like, there's one point where I just put a black bar on the screen because I was just like, this woman's like breasts are just wildly flopping out through the shirt. I was like, I can't do this. I was like, this is ridiculous.
Who developed the game?
They're indie companies, like.
Oh, it's indie? Okay.
Yeah.
I find if there's any nudity in a game, it's European or Japanese.
Oh yeah, they're a lot more liberal about that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, what are the odds I come across Luke? But yeah, I was just like, oh, damn it. Because, like, I don't have an issue with it, but it's like, you know, YouTube and the American rules, and it's like, I gotta abide by that stuff.
Yeah.
It's just more work for me.
That's one of my favorite things if you look at, like, the history of America, how, like, weird and prudish they are.
Very
about
prudish.
things.
Yeah. I didn't really realize how liberal, or more liberal we are in that kind of a way, until I watched, what was it, Funny People and the X-Files movie, because those were like 14A here, but in like the States they're R-rated. Because you're allowed to, at 14 here, you're allowed to see breasts and stuff, but in the States you can't. At least at that time, yeah. Ending Stranger Things. I stopped watching Stranger Things like 6 years ago, I think. 7 years ago? You watch Stranger Things, Kevin?
I know, I never was into that. That was my gal and my mother's show.
Yeah, there's like, I watched, I reviewed one of the seasons, like, because I was working with Netflix there, so I reviewed one of the seasons. The one where she goes to, like, Chicago for one episode for no reason, and then is never talked about again. I was like, this is okay. And then, like, I never watched anything past that season. But it's like, I think it's supposed to, yeah, it was a show about, like, kids growing up in, like, the 80s and stuff, and it's like, they gotta be fucking ancient. A woman in the game was glitched and flashing me. Well, essentially, so like I said, they were zombie vampires. They were basically just zombies. But, like, the... What?
Oh, I'm just saying sure.
Yeah. And it's like they were wearing like a regular shirt, but the fabric physics were kind of glitching, where like the breasts were like essentially like pushing through the fabric. Like if you guys have ever seen fabric, like a cloth in a video game, and it's there's a proper name for it. It's God. It's not penetrating.
Thinking on that one, eh? No, sorry.
No, I'm trying to think of what it's called. You know, where like a fabric goes through something. It's physics, or like there's a terminology for it in gaming. I should be able to think of what it's called, but for some reason my mind's blanking on it. But like, yeah. So basically, it was just the fabric, and it was just like you could see the breasts like poking through the shirt, in like you know, they were clipping. That's the word. Yeah, they were clipping through the shirt. Bam, got it. Boom. Like 3 minutes. I hope you guys are clipping on that like button, subscribe, it's great donations, cool, consider becoming a channel member. Channel member gifted the Patreon option and the Discord for stream alerts. There's also the Amazon store affiliate link. Haha. But no, yeah, clipping is the correct terminology for when stuff does that. But if you guys didn't know, fabric technology is incredibly hard to do in games. Yeah. It's very hard to do, and even when you do it, it's like, it's hard to do it right, because stuff just phases through things. Yeah. I think Splinter Cell, do you remember the old Splinter Cells? Those games did fabric stuff the best, I think, still.
I remember even like going back and playing it a couple of years ago, the way the curtains work.
Yeah,
and you'd
that's
like
what
go
I'm talking
behind
about.
them and stuff. Yeah.
Is the fabric tech for that, because I did, I was at E3 15 and I met the people that did King's Quest. If you watch the new rendition of King's Quest, he has a very majestic floating cape, and they're like, oh man, that cape sucked to do. They're like, he's like, the developers are like, oh, we spent like hundreds of hours on this cape. And I was just like, oh, and they're like, we did so much work to get this cape correct. And then I played the game and I was like, the cape's still clipping all the time. I was like, freaking hell, man. But like, it's just funny hearing all the work they did specifically on that cape to try to get it just right, and it still had that issue. So I was like, man, fabrics must be freaking hard to do. You guys shoot at me.
I think it was this really neat video. It's a little different, but like it was on the original Splinter Cell, where they were talking about how they did what would it be, program coding, whatever, for the way you would shoot at like a fish tank, and how the water would go specifically to that level of the hole in the glass.
Oh, that kind of
and it was
physics
really
are hard.
That was really cool. Well, they made it seem so simple that like you would do that, and then they loaded it in such a way that it would drop to 0, and then they would set markers on where you would shoot it, so that like it would go in the process of loading down to 0. It was I can't even describe it properly, but it looked really neat the way they did it.
That's fascinating. I think also environments were more simplistic there. Like, did the characters have... They did. They did. Yeah, the characters, they had fully modeled, like, nude bodies underneath the zombie vampire things. That's what I'm telling you, man, is why I can't have that kind of a thing. Like, they were, like, full modeled, like, you know, nipples and everything were, like, popping through, and I was like, god damn it. I know nothing about game development. I would probably know more about game development than you might think, but, you know, whatever. Say what you want. I mean, I've even released games, but, anyway. Simple games.
It's like such a personal attack. No, I don't know.
Really, man. I'm gonna go forward. Honestly, I've never seen you here before. I don't even know what you know about game development. I love how
just hit him with the classic "No, you."
Yeah.
Just.
Bam, 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 bam. Anyways, what's a show Kevin hates, and he doesn't understand why people like it?
I don't know. I'd have
Kevin's
to
on the
really
spot.
think on that one. Yeah, I don't know. There's a couple shows. I don't know that I hate it, but I didn't get why it was so big. That Orange is the New Black. I watched it. It was just, it wasn't appealing, or whatever. I didn't think any of the characters were likable. Yeah, that was just like, oh, okay, there are a bunch of girls in jail, yay! Like, okay, that one was stupid.
Is that for Netflix's first breakout?
One of, but yeah, that one sucked. Big Bang Theory, I never really got the appeal of that one as a sitcom. I like, not the physicist stuff, but like a lot of the comments they made that was like supposed to be like, oh ha ha, they're so smart. I always thought it was so dumb. Like the things that come to mind was One of the things Penny says to Leonard, she's like, "Oh yeah, our team won," and Leonard's like, "It's so funny that like we say we won, because like it's not like you watch the Rebels blow up the Death Star and you go, hey, we blew up the Death Star," and it's like, yeah, no, because that's a set movie, and when you're watching a team, you know, it's like live and you don't know the result, and yeah, you can take the argument that you didn't necessarily play in the thing, but there is kind of the 12th man effect, and that if we all just stopped watching the team and supporting it, that they would make no money, wouldn't be able to play via beer league. So technically you are kind of a part of it. So yeah, I didn't see that as a you got me moment. And then there was the other one where Sheldon friend was like Raiders of the Lost Ark, that she was like, oh, there was no point of Indy being there because the Nazis all melted themselves opening the Ark. And it's like, yeah, well, if Indy didn't grab the Ark, you know, I wonder how many times a bunch of Krauts would have had to have shown up, you know, found a bunch of dead Nazis everywhere and thought, oh, hey, there must be a reason for it. And the next thing you know, they're releasing it over London, and all of London's faces melt off because, you know, they kind of clued in. Like, it's better that Indy's there to see everybody die and get that thing back to the U.S. where they can hide it away. And I don't know, a bunch of other things where it was like, yeah, I didn't get that show, man. I didn't think it was that smart.
I like how that's your sticking point, which I feel is very different from the other sticking points I've heard over the years.
Oh, why? What do other people complain about?
Oh, it's more like it just makes fun of like nerdy people.
Oh, really? Well, I don't know.
It's the type of show that your like parents watch to make fun of you for liking stuff like that at that time.
I guess. I thought it was more commentary on how like nerdy stuff was like kind of cooler now, or something. Like,
No, it was really humor that was just kind of making fun of people like that.
well, like my parents were really into it, and that's where I saw bits and clips, you know, like eating dinner with them and stuff. And like, there was one thing where they basically explained one of the string theory, or actually not string theory, the hologram universe theory. And I don't even know how you scientifically come to that conclusion. Like, I couldn't explain the logistics of it, but like, I know the theory is that we're all a projection off the event horizon of a black hole, and that this is all a simulation. And that one's really neat to just ponder philosophically. And when they brought that up on TV, I thought, oh, hey, that's cool that they're discussing that, because I wondered how much exposure they were giving people who would never like even hear something like that or ponder it. So like, I don't know, I gotta give the show credit for that was cool, but it was more a lot of the ha 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 got you moments to like the normal people that like I thought it was so poorly done. It was like, yeah, that's not very smart at all. Like, anyways, at least I didn't think so. It's not like I'm a genius or anything, but
Chuck Lorre there, that guy pumps out big hits.
why does he do a lot of the sitcoms?
Like all the sitcoms.
Yeah.
That guy's like the king of them.
Oh. It's actually funny, I mentioned Game of Thrones before, but I refused to watch Game of Thrones when it was popular. I thought this looked so cheesy. I saw the first couple shows and I was like, okay, so this is just incest and like sexual assault, basically. This is the whole show. Like, I didn't get it, dude. I thought, why are you people watching this? And then it wasn't until like a little bit after it finished that I was like, okay, I'll sit down with my gal and give it a shot, because she absolutely loves the series. And that's when I saw it all the way through, and it was like, oh wow, this is actually extremely good. You know, and yeah. And I haven't watched The Boys either, and I'm like, I don't know that it seems interesting, because I've seen Venture Bros is what I always think of like the superhero commentary of like, oh, superheroes aren't as cool as you think they are. Like, Venture Bros was incredible. It made fun of the old 60 heroes, that they were all very horrible people, and that, you know, the modern heroes of the 2000s in that universe are not even, they're just as bad, if not worse. So when I heard the description of The Boys, I'm like, oh, okay, that's already been done before, but I don't know. I haven't seen it. I don't hate it or anything, but I've had a lot of people tell me that, like, oh, you got to check that one out.
Look who's up there at #1 with the Death Trooper. What
It's
did I
about
say?
time. No, I'm joking.
Death
Good job, dude.
Trooper. I told you, man. You get those, you just rock it. So yeah, Chuck Lorre, he did 2.5 Men, The Big Bang Theory, Mom, which lasted like 8 years. Like, the guy's just like basically pumped out some of the biggest. Dharma and Greg, which I'm not familiar with at all, but it ran for like 6 years, and Grace Under Fire, which ran for 5. Like all of his stuff did like hundreds of episodes. Like the guy just.
Oh, really?
I wouldn't say
That's
like
funny,
really
'cause-
thought provoking or anything like that, but like stuff that like just, you know, lasts.
No, that is funny. Like, I know you really like How I Met Your Mother. I didn't really watch that one a lot. Oh, another show I didn't like at all was that The Middle, and everybody was like, "Oh, it's
Middle.
like Malcolm in the Middle," which I loved Malcolm in the Middle. I watched that all the time as a kid growing up. That was a part of oh my God, what was the channel? It had the Family Laugh Pack, and it was that 70s show, Malcolm in the Middle, The Simpsons, and like one other show in a row. And that was one that like I'd sit down with like all the family watching. So like I felt really nostalgic over those shows.
There was
But,
a
yeah.
block of like, if you guys don't know about old people TV, we used to have to sit there and watch TV on certain days. But like, man, like Mondays and Thursdays, it was like, what was Monday? Monday was like House and
House, my mother loved that show. I watched that one a bit.
oh, we watched so much House growing up. But it was like, it was House and like one other show that was like the big heavy Mondays, and then Thursdays were like How I Met Your Mother, Rules of Engagement, 2.5 Men. What was the other one? Rules of Engagement, 2.5 Men, How I Met Your Mother, and like some other comedy. Like it was just like Big Bang Theory for a bit there, and like they just like there was like blocks that were like mega hit blocks of stuff you would watch like every week and stuff.
That's what we talked about it before. That era of the cable TV, which lasted forever, mind you. Like people watching cable TV since like the 50s consistently.
Wait, one second here.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
See, your name shows up as @squiggle. Is that how that works? Oh my god, that's hilarious. Okay, so someone in the chat, like, okay, so Bayman was like timing someone out that had. Oh no, you're just typing his name as @squiggle. Okay, that's fucking hilarious. So like Bayman was timing someone out that had like, I think it was a Hebrew name, because he thought the guy was like writing in that, but that was like his channel name was like a Hebrew name. At least I think it was Hebrew. I don't know 100%, but. And like, so then someone else, Gabe here in the chat, changed his name to that. So then like Sonic was trying to add him, and then he added him as Squiggle name.
Okay.
That's just got like a slight chuckle at that, but yeah, go back to what you're talking about there. It's Squiggle name.
I was just mentioning because we had a neat conversation on it the one time, but I do get a kick out of that era of watching on cable TV, and you knew every Thursday, every Friday, whenever that show was on that you and the family all sat down to watch, you all sat down and you watched that show. I even remember 2011 when The Walking Dead came out. That was a big family show. We all sat down.
And The Talking Dead.
Yeah, and Talking Dead right after. That's hilarious. All of us did that. Yeah, they walked and then they talked, and we all sat down and watch that show, and that was so neat that you knew every time on that day, on that hour, the family would get together and watch TV. And like that's really lost on streaming and stuff like that, and especially that like it's binge watching, you watch it all in one go. Even Fallout, I remember my old man, when I suggested it to him, he watched it in like 2 days and was like, well, when do I get more? And I'm like, oh, in like 2-3 years from now. And he's like, well, that sucks. And that was it. But you know, but like it wasn't. Yeah, and like it wasn't special. Great show, absolutely great show. But yeah, it loses that like.
It's coming
that
soon.
Weird connection. Is it coming soon?
Yeah, they finished filming the second season. It should be ready for the holidays, I believe.
Oh really? Well, like.
It was a big hit for Amazon. They pumped out money for a sequel.
It was really good. I liked it. And we talked about it before. Everybody watched it. When I took my gal and her and our mothers out for, I can't even remember the occasion, but I was like, okay, I'll buy you all dinner. And I took them out.
Big spender in this economy, am I right, guys?
Big spender, dude. Yeah. Hey, you got to treat the ladies well. It was nowhere special too. It was a Denny's, mind you. That's one of my big jokes with my buddies. If you see me at a Denny's, I'm doing very well that week. No,
Big wink at the big daddies.
yeah, you're like, oh wow. Anyways, yeah, I took them all, and when she brought up that, oh, I watched Fallout, that was so good, I was like, oh my god, you know, like,
It hit
okay,
the general
everybody's watching
populace.
this. Yeah.
Which is amazing. Walking Dead parties. Yeah, Walking Dead parties, Game of Thrones parties were a thing. People used to actually come together for events. I don't think I've ever heard of a streaming show.
No, you
Having
would get
anything
together
like
for a
that.
streaming show.
Yeah.
You know, like, again, like with the Fallout series, if that happened 2012, something like that, I would have gotten together with the family and all would have watched Fallout together as it was released. I suggested it to my parents and was literally told 2 days later that they just sat down and watched the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
When something's really good, you just consume it.
But
like,
it is...
I
Sorry,
don't
go
think
for
you
it.
could do like a watch party in the modern era.
I don't
there's
think you
just-
can convince people to show up. You'd be like, why? I can watch it when it comes out at my house. You know, and like at my own pace. Like,
Yes, that kind of an idea is dead nowadays.
yeah. Which is sad because it was kind of special, but like, I still have, we still have cable in the house.
Old
I
people
watch
TV?
sports on it. Old people TV. I still have old people TV because it is the best way to watch sports. Like, even though you can stream it and it's very convenient, especially if you want to watch like an out of market game or something like that. Like I have it for the NFL because we don't necessarily have every Cowboys game on. So I get like the zone for that. But like for like the Flames, it's local. It's always there, and I get it ahead when I'm watching with my buddies on like Discord or something. Like we're all talking, watching the game. I see the goal way before they do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so I still have it, and there's a couple times where I'll wake up in the morning and like on my TV in my room. I won't turn on the Xbox to like stream stuff. I'll just kind of. There's been a couple times where I'm like, okay, I'll turn on old people TV, and man, it is frustrating to watch. Like the commercials, that
are
halfway
so
through.
bad.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then I've told you a couple times. I also get a kick out of how bad old people TV has died. Like what was it? Like Discovery
just
Channel was
reruns of
playing
crap.
Friends and Seinfeld, and I'm like, oh my god, like no, this is dead. You know.
Yeah, it's in its twilight years. I keep telling my father that, and he just like refuses to accept the notion that it's like fucking dying.
Oh yeah, no. You can look at the channels. I still love that one thing of like MTV. When I was growing up, I would check out a lot of the MTV shows. I thought they were entertaining.
I don't know how the fuck that channel's still alive, honestly.
I don't know either. And that was the funny thing when I looked up. They used to have 3 channels. They now only have 1. And when I looked, it was that ridiculousness show, the clip video show, on all the time. And I even searched up, like, why is this? And they actually even had a commentary by the MTV executive who was running the cable TV, and he literally mentioned that that's all people want to watch. He's like, they found whenever they put something else on the cable, that their ratings dropped. So they're like, the last people who watch it are old people, and they want to watch the clip shows because it's like, instead of them going on YouTube and watching clips like the rest of us. And I got such a kick out of that yeah, they can't sell anything else on that channel.
Yeah, and they bleed like hundreds of millions of subs, or tens of millions. Actually, is it hundreds of millions? I can't remember what their numbers are, but they bleed it like every quarter. You didn't watch Breaking Bad when it was out? Oh yeah, no, Breaking Bad was a riot back when it was live. I remember watching that. Like, the big ones for me were like How I Met Your Mother, seeing that one go through, and I think Mad Men was like fucking wild to see it like...
AMC dominated the early 2010s.
Oh, they had it just on lock with this stuff.
Yeah.
They were unbeatable. They were like Netflix of the 2010s.
Yeah.
So I always remember mentioning, like, and you wouldn't even watch it that way nowadays, but Mad Men. I remember watching, because they split it. That was like one of the first times I'd ever seen them split something on TV to be 2 parts. I remember waiting forever for the second part of Mad Men. And like, the last season of Mad Men is like, it's kind of hard to watch it if you watch it episode to episode. And I remember being the final episode being like, wow, there's 10 minutes left of this. What the fuck was the point of all of this? Like, this doesn't make any sense. And then they clutched it with the last 2 minutes, and I was like, oh, this is amazing. But like, yeah, watching like episode to episode and stuff was crazy. You have to go to bed and think about your bad decisions in Life Zero?
Classic.
Good. Don't forget to like the stream on your way out, yo, and subscribe and be a channel member. The channel member gift to get the Patreoning. I've got to make bills. Got a mortgage to pay for. MTV used to play music videos. Yeah, that was the thing. But, yeah, don't talk about ridiculousness. That's your favorite show. Okay, that's kind of funny. I don't know.
I watched it a lot, like, before, but, like, after a while, it was just like, they have, like, 20 seasons now. I haven't, but anyways.
Like, things change. And I don't think any of them ever, they call it linear TV, but they never, like, projected this stuff to die that quickly in that. Like, it's, like, if you go back.
Who saw streaming coming out of the, like, out of nowhere like that and just taking over everything,
Just
you know?
dominating. And they killed themselves, too, like, the traditional companies as well. They made it worse over COVID by, like, putting all their stuff on streaming, making their own streaming services. They basically shot themselves in the foot.
Yeah.
But
It's
yeah,
sad
like
where
if you go,
streaming went. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
you go back to the 2000s and you said like, hey, you know, in like 10 years, this stuff, like 10, 15 years, it's just gonna be dead. It'd be like, ha ha ha.
Oh, that would be funny to go up to Walking Dead, like literally that era, and then tell me that, yeah, hey, you and your family won't sit down and watch shows anymore like that. It'd be
Yeah.
like, no way.
That idea
You know
is
what
just
I mean?
dead.
Yeah. But, like, I also wonder, too, because streaming right now, I kind of don't like how streaming's gone. Obviously, it's still the most convenient thing, but that there are so many different streaming services. What drives me nuts with Amazon Prime is that it's literally more suggesting other streaming services you could buy with them than half of what they own.
Yeah, it's
which
just a
drives me
curator
nuts.
thing to get you to get
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
Well, even when I went and watched Doctor Who, one of my favorite stories is there's like 3 or 4 episodes during the Matt Smith era where if you're watching in the English version, it just, the sound buzz. It's like a white noise buzzing. And I'm like, what the heck is this? And I looked into it, and for the first like 2 episodes, we thought, okay, what a glitch. And I just threw it on French and had the subtitles on. But it happened again and again. And when I looked it up, it's a problem reported since 2018 they never dealt with. That, like, literally, like, Amazon doesn't care. And I'm like, oh my god, like, that sucks. You know what I mean? And obviously there's not enough people complaining or they would go and fix it, but, like, what a joke. I'm giving them how much money? You know, and that even, too, that, like, they got, like, their own commercials and that, like,
No,
I
the
miss when
commercial stuff
Netflix
needs to
first
fuck
came.
off.
Oh, absolutely. And especially a commercial for an Amazon thing, that blew me away. It was like, I'm already giving you money so you could advertise your own product to me? Like, are you kidding me?
The weird thing though is like for Amazon Prime, the video is just a perk of owning the shipping. Like,
yeah.
Like, it's supposed to just be a perk, it's not necessarily a thing. But then they went and pissed all that money away on the Lord of the Rings and stuff. And, you know.
Oh. What a bad show they did with Lord of the Rings. At least that first season.
Show.
Yeah. But yeah, like, I don't know. The late 2010s when Netflix was really kicking off and everything was on Netflix, that was really cool. I could see why that killed. Yeah, well, I could see why that killed cable TV because it literally everything was on Netflix.
Yeah. They should bundle all the streaming services together and call it cable. Please, God, no. That's the worry thing about them adding, like, injecting ads back into it. I'm just like,
what's the difference then, right? Just that you can watch it when you demand. That is, if we go to full
TiVo.
ads, yeah, it's just TiVo at that point. Literally, somehow we revert back. Like,
well, they've always wanted to get you back to cable. They just want it in a way that's, you know, different people are making money.
I just think that's hilarious. But like with cable too, where they also killed themselves, is when I cycle through looking because I've gotten amusement out of it. There are no new shows being advertised on it.
No, it's dead.
Yeah, it's like that. Yeah, you will not get new content. And my Adult Swim, one of my favorite channels since forever, I go on and watch all my cartoons and that. They will advertise like New American Dad on streaming services while you watch it on cable. They're like, that is hilarious, dude. Like, what is the point?
Advertising. Trying to push you off of that and into. They're trying to convert you from Because they know linear TV is dying, so they're trying to convert you from that to streaming if they can.
Well, you're at least watching on cable their channels. They're like, okay, well, buy us on streaming before you just shut it down in general. Like, that makes sense. It's kind of funny.
And it's just like, I just don't get the value of it, because it costs a lot of money for, like, well, we have the family has satellite. We always had satellite, which I guess made us fancier.
Oh, yeah, it's satellite, dude. It was like, whoa.
Yeah, like, I never knew anything other than satellite. Seriously, since I was, like, literally, like, an absolute tiny child.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I never had satellite. I remember my uncle who lived in a nicer neighborhood had satellite. It was like, you get 1,000 channels, you know?
Yeah, no, like, we always had just satellite, like, literally my entire life. We had satellite. And, yeah, it's just kind of weird going to some people's houses and being like, there's nothing that you have to watch. I was like, what the fuck is this? But, like, it's so expensive, and just, you know, I've seen the old man watching stuff, and I, like, it's just reruns, like, the same movies over and over and over again. It's just weird. Like, I don't know, it just seems like the value just is gone from it.
No, but I see that too. It's the same old movies, some of them good, but yeah, and like all the channels though, it's literally, I can't tell you how many times I've seen Seinfeld on random channels. You know?
Yeah, it's the same syndicated things over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy. But, you know, there's still like a small amount of the population that still like pays for it. It still exists enough. But yeah, you've got like Paramount and Warner Brothers basically just writing off. I think Disney's doing that too. They're just writing off their linear TVs entirely. They're just like, it's just worthless now. But a lot of them, what they're trying to do to drive up their like stock prices, they're divesting that from their company and trying to like cut it off like dead fat. So it's kind of funny.
Theoretically, in a couple of years, you should just see all these channels basically disappear now.
Oh yeah, the whole thing should collapse. But it's gonna, like I said, it's making just enough to kind of justify it still existing. But yeah, it should collapse.
I also think that with a lot of the news channels, like especially
I don't know how they're still going on, honestly.
I know, right? Like I'm thinking like the late 2010s, as political news got spicier, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I found like, okay, people were then checking out their more sided, like political news and that. But
It's
I love
not
the point
neutral
now that like
anymore, it's all-
nobody's watching it now. You know, like I even loved your point that like most of the kids nowadays will look up news on TikTok. You know, like it's amazing that any of this stuff is still going.
Yeah, I don't know how it's still relevant in the slightest. But I think Game Pass would still exist if there were never any streaming services. I mean, probably. Xbox Game Pass isn't necessarily a streaming service. Like, it is because it has cloud gaming, but like, if you think of Game Pass as not having cloud gaming, technically it's just a run-of-the-mill subscription service, which lots of companies are successful at. Like Costco, gyms. You know, there's a lot of things in life. Like, all companies right now are trying to do subscription-based models.
Oh yeah, well,
Yeah.
why get, you know, $100 off you once when I can get $300 off you over the course of 2-3 years every month? You know what I mean? Like,
And investors love it because it's stable income instead of like one-time purchases, blah blah blah.
yeah.
It's something you can easily monitor where it's like our thing goes up, our thing goes down, and it's not like, oh, we had a good quarter because we sold something, blah blah blah. So like Game Pass, yeah, definitely could have existed without the idea of streaming services being a thing, because it's just the subscription, right? Of course, the cloud gaming part of it makes it a streaming service, as to say, but without that, you know, it would just
I
be
actually get a
subscription.
kick out of that. Costco's got to be probably one of the first, like, mega successful streaming, or not streaming, sorry, subscription services.
Yeah, they definitely are. I base a lot of my like concept models off of like Costco's subscription stuff. As far as like the ideas I do when I like talk about how these subs and stuff go, it's a lot of it's based on Costco. And yeah, no, they do a very, very good job of it. They're very, very successful at it. But yeah, I think Game Pass could have. I mean, we don't know for sure, right? Because we don't live in a time where like streaming stuff didn't exist. But like, yeah, it's a subscription. It could have come around regardless. Well, we've had subscriptions in gaming for quite a while. It's not a new thing. Like, On Live existed back in like the 2010s or late 2000s. That was like literally cloud gaming at its earliest. But we've had subscriptions like EA Play's been around
Live
for.
was a subscription.
Yeah, Xbox Live's a subscription, and that's existed since the 2000s.
2000s, yeah.
2004.
That's why. Who's the guy? I should learn his name because he's probably one of the coolest guys in gaming. But the dude that owns Steam, like, may he live 1,000 years, dude. Like,
yeah, it's fucking funny. I did a poll, like, what are you playing this weekend? And I put like Gabe Newell as PC, and people were like, why'd you put an old man in there? I was like,
because
really?
He's a god? You know? Yes.
I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
I was like, you don't know who this fucking guy is? Why are you making fun of us
He's
PC
like,
users by putting an old man in? I was like, if you're an actual PC user, you will know who this guy is.
No, yeah, like,
have some respect, kid.
Probably one of the big reasons why PC gaming, you can, half the things you say about Steam of like, oh, look how cool Steam is compared to your PlayStation or your Xbox, you know, it probably has everything to do with that guy.
Yeah.
You know?
And there was that week that I did that poll, there were multiple people that were like, why'd you pick this old man? I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, one guy I was like, okay, it's just like some kid that doesn't know, but like multiple people, I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Sitting there being offended that Steam, like, PC's got like an old guy as an image, and it's like, that's Gabe Newell. I did Wendy's
I know
this
his
week.
face, I couldn't remember his name off the bat, but yeah, that guy is an absolute legend.
Yeah, this week PC was Wendy's.
Was it? Oh yeah, no, I saw that poll.
You saw
that? I'll always go on. When I see it, I'll just hit PC.
It's fucking funny. People like those polls, guys. To me, though, like, a lot of people would be like, oh, you just want, like, Xbox to win or something, but it's like, I don't care at all. I mean, A, it's partially engagement, but B, it's mostly I monitor that just to see what people are playing every week.
That's totally what I thought, actually. What I get a big kick out of whenever I hit PC is that I'd assume your watch base is mostly Xbox still. You know?
Yeah, it seems like it, but, like, the whole point of those polls, too, is it's not supposed to hit subscribers.
Yeah.
Like, it reaches past subscribers, so a lot of those people watch my stuff, but they don't necessarily subscribe. That's just, like, kind of the metrics on it. Because it's supposed to, like, reach a new audience of people, in theory, other than just subscribers. Like, I'm sure a lot of subscribers see it, but like, I always ask the question, like, what people are playing so that I know what games people are playing in case I'm missing something that's, like,
yeah,
a breakout hit. That's all I care about, but, like, a lot of people be like, oh, you want this to be this or that. I'm like, I don't care. I don't have any control over it. I really, really could care less about the pool options. It's hilarious. And I get called, like, what was it? A PlayStation pony and stuff pops up so much now, it's hilarious.
PlayStation pony? Why? Because you're jumping on the PlayStation train so much?
I guess, yeah, it's very, very funny. It's like, I have a pretty long history of covering Xbox stuff, like, yeah, no slouch on that, but that one kills me. Some call me Xbot, some say I'm PlayStation pony. I'm just like, really?
Well, what's funny is, like, if I was to go off the past, I would say you'd be very, like, yeah, I figure you would have a little bit of an Xbox bias as of right now with a lot of the things you bring up or whatever. It would seem like you're absolutely all over the PlayStation train. Knowing you as I know you, I know you're just going with good business where like, you think things are going and you're just saying how it is. You see PlayStation being the better option moving forward. Like, I get that, you know, but yeah, I don't know. I can see where the criticism comes from if people don't really know what you're about.
Well, they take like 2 seconds or something, and it's like PlayStation pony, and I'm just like, okay.
Yeah.
Like, not like I've covered a lot of Xbox. I mean, fuck, if the Switch 2 becomes a gigantic thing for the channel, I'll hop on there and I'll praise the Nintendo things all the way to the high heavens, right? I'm actually counting on the Switch 2 content to be very fucking popular this week. That reminds me, I got email Nintendo because it's Monday, 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 do do do.
We're taking control of the objective.
I'd like to see how this Switch 2 impacts my moving fucking thing. I want to start living the beach life, Kevin.
You know it.
Don't forget to book in your beach time.
What beach? Yeah, in our landlocked province.
What's a PlayStation pony? PlayStation fans are considered ponies. Yeah. Why is that, actually? I can't remember. Do you remember why they're called ponies? Is it because of the
I don't know.
Sony
I assume
pony?
That would be a modern
I
thing.
think it's Sony
Maybe.
Pony. Yeah. And then Xbox is Xbots. Yeah.
Xbots? That's funny.
Yeah, Xbots, yeah. And then, oh yeah, the Wuthering Waves. Okay, so I did Sky Pony 5, yeah, it's pretty funny. I did a video on this game called Wuthering Waves, which is one of those free-to-play, like, anime kind of games. And I was like, this game runs badly. I was like, you know, the performance is bad. It wasn't fun to play. And they're like, the video kind of like blew up a little bit, like not massively, but like a little bit. And there was like a lot of like passionate like Wuthering Waves fans that popped in, and they're like, "Oh, you're a fucking Genshin Impact fan." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, Genshin Impact's like okay, but like I've played like probably like 6 hours of Genshin or something like that. Like, you know, it's mostly I did a stream of it, like a couple of videos on it, but like. And you're like, you're just a Genshin Impact fan. I was like, what are you talking? I didn't even realize that there was a community that big around Wuthering Waves that were just pissed at me. I was like, I don't even care about Genshin Impact.
You're like, I just did a video.
I'm just here to like show the game and talk about it. I don't care about any of these waifu freaking gacha games. At least none yet. It's very funny.
You just gotta find the right waifu.
I guess. I played Waifu Ball Simulator, or was it called Waifu Ball Simulator? Okay, yeah, Waifu Ball Sim. So you've played Super Monkey Ball, right?
I have not.
You've never played Super. Do you know what Super Monkey Ball is?
No.
Okay, well you're like a monkey that's in a ball, and you're moving through like
Alright.
like obstacle kind of courses in order to get to the end. Really big. There's like 20 or 30 games in the series. Anyways, yeah. So this was like instead of the monkey in the ball, it's a waifu in the ball. But I was like, why are the women in the balls? Like, did they put themselves in there? Are they trapped in these balls? I didn't really understand why the women got in the balls, Kevin. Anyways, that was a big thing.
I think they gotta want it bad enough and everything just kind of happens.
But like, did someone put them in those balls, or did they put themselves in the balls? Fair question.
There was a... It'd be hilarious if this is the game we're talking about. There was a game, I believe, for the 360 where it was like a wrestling game with all these gals, and you could
Rumble
do like
Roses
photo
XX.
shoots. Rebel Roses, yeah, I remember playing a little bit of that, but that was a game where you were like, you didn't want like your parents walking in on you playing, because you're like, yeah.
It's not that bad. You're talking about
No,
Dead
it's
or
not
Alive
bad, but it would look
Extreme.
awkward.
That's the it's
Was
like a
that
hamster in a
not the
ball,
one?
Kevin. There we go. That's a better
Okay.
example. But it's a waifu. Siege
Ah.
X. When does Siege X come out?
I don't know.
Anyways, I think we're wrapped up here.